Mm-hmm. Hmm. We're waiting on staff.
Yep.
You ready?
Yep. Ready to go.
Okay, thank you. We're calling to order our regular business meeting for the Buffalo Board of Education, Wednesday, August the 19th. Please rise for the pledge to the flag. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of the United States of America,
the republic
and to the
republic
for which
for which it
stands,
stands, one nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty,
and
and justice.
justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, board members, and our community, our stakeholders, and our staff. We are, as you can see, in the boardroom. We are practicing social distancing, and we are ready to move forward. We have scheduled today one speaker. We have not been able to reach her. We're going to continue to try to reach her. I want our listening audience to know that by calling the same number as always, 716-816-3567, you are able to leave a message and you will be able to be a speaker at any of our meetings. There is a deadline of 12 o'clock Tuesday before the board meeting. There's also a limit of 30 people. So please exercise that option. If someone does not answer the phone, please just continue to call or leave a message. I'm sorry, 716-816-3567. Or you can dial the main number, 816-3500, and they will direct you to it. With all that said, Dr. Cash, how are you today?
Yes.
I want to say thank you on behalf of the board to your staff for all the hard work that they have been doing in putting together the reopening plans, as well as the meetings that they have organized. You were kind enough to allow one of your staff members to come and also participate in a meeting with me on Saturday. And I'll talk more about that later. But I just want to thank each and every one of them individually and collectively for the work that they've done on behalf of our board. With that said, Dr. Cash, I'm turning it over to you at this point. Did you have a board recognition you'd like to share?
Yes. Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. That was very kind of you to recognize the staff for all of their hard work. This afternoon, colleagues, I really would like to take a moment to thank, say goodbye, although I don't think she'll ever really be gone from us, to Dr. Janelle Morris. She is an outstanding educator for us for many, many, many years, and she served the district faithfully and at a high level of performance. She now, in many ways, is number 2 in Rochester, serving as the Deputy Superintendent for Teaching and Learning. So Janelle, we miss you, but we know that you are here. Let me just tell the audience and the community a little bit about Dr. Morris. She's been a passionate advocate for providing high quality education for all children. Dr. Morris has spent nearly 30 years in urban education, dedicating her life to ensuring each child graduates from high school ready for college or career. While pursuing that goal, she has all worked in varying roles in education, including science instruction, curriculum, assessment, and development, and at the district level, leading work in assessment, accountability, research, and evaluation. Most recently, Dr. Morris was our Chief Accountability Officer and Chief Information Officer for the Buffalo Public Schools, where she was responsible for accountability, assessment, research, and evaluation of system-wide goals and targets. She began her career as an AP biology teacher with the Buffalo Public Schools and also has served as an assistant superintendent of shared accountability, director of data analysis, supervisor of data analysis, principal, and assistant principal. I could go on and on. Her degrees are substantial. Her education is top flight, but I mainly wanted us to just recognize her and give her our appreciation for these years. I can see already that we missed that accountability role, and really helping and informing us of exactly where our students are and on so many other indicators for the Buffalo Public Schools. We do wish you the very best in your new challenging role, and please continue to stay in touch. And we're an extended community with Rochester. It's only 60 miles away, so let's look at us as brothers and sisters, school districts, and we'll help each other as we move forward through this challenging times. So again, from my heart to yours, Janelle, thank you so much for all that you have done.
Wow.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. Thank you, everyone. I just want to at least jump in and say I miss every single person in Buffalo. And I want to thank you all for everything, allowing me to have 30 years with you and learning and growing alongside of you. You guys, this is my home and you all are my family. And I keep on telling myself, no crying in baseball and no crying in education. So no crying here. But I want to say to everybody, I miss you. I am not leaving. I'm just going to be up the way. So I will continue to find ways for us to collaborate. I'm hoping to take the skills and the knowledge and all the wonderful things I've learned here to help support a few more students of ours up the way, and I'm always here, and I appreciate everything. Thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Morris.
Now,
So does
Janelle,
any
before
board
you
member
go-
want to say anything?
Before you
Dr.
go,
Cash,
Janelle.
can we say
Yeah,
something
let
to her
the
too?
board members. Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. I will start out by saying Rochester pulled one on us this time. We're going to get even one way or another. But I am so happy for you. You have always been there and excellent for us. And I want to say this, if Buffalo, during the times that Buffalo was catching it, Rochester was coasting. And we couldn't understand that, to be honest with you, because our data, remember, it was better than Rochester, and we didn't understand what was going on. So I think you've been prepared for this fight. Okay, I think you are armed and you are ready, and they are lucky to have you. And from what I'm seeing, I think that you're a tough cookie to make that move right now. Okay, so I just want you to know you have a friend in us, and anything we can do to help you, God bless you and yours. And may you continue to excel in your career. And I'm looking forward to dancing with you again. So you're not going to leave us. Any other board members? We'll start with the boardroom. I'm sorry, Luca Tucci, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Rochester's gain is our loss. You're sorely going to be missed. You were always there. You always provided information for us to make informed decisions. And you're a very nice person on top of it. So it was always good to see you. It was always good to talk with you, and we're truly going to miss you. But appreciate the opportunity. I'm sure that you'll do better for the students in Rochester.
Thank you.
Mr. Scott, would you?
Dr. Morris, a few words that come to mind to describe you: sharp, steady, and comprehensive. Always good with numbers, but I think especially your interpretation of numbers. A lot of times you would draw conclusions based on just numbers, and you would say, wait, but there's this, and this, to help us interpret some of those numbers. And I especially appreciated the exact name of it, but the accountability booklet with all the demographics and all the statistics on Buffalo Public Schools. I carried those around with me for the past few years. So helpful to have. Thank you, and good luck to you in Rochester.
Okay, any other board members?
Janelle,
I was-
okay, before you go, just wait, Janelle, at the end. Don't just leave. Okay,
Okay,
I'm sorry,
Dr. Brown,
Dr. Brown.
Evans Brown.
okay. Yes, Janelle, you know we're gonna miss you, Dr. Morris. This is our data queen that is leaving us. I remember about 8 years ago when I was a PhD candidate, I had to go through this young lady. I didn't visibly see her, but I thought she was this older person who, had all these credentials and stuff. And here I am, seeking, help to get into the public school system. So she was so instrumental in honoring my request. She enjoyed my study. I was looking at dropout rates among students of color, particularly in public education. So thank you, Dr. Morris. You are the data queen. We will miss you, and we know where to find you. Good luck in your new endeavor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next board member, just raise your hand. Right now I can't see who you are. We're working on it. Any other board members who'd like to speak at this point? Okay, Mr. Hurd and then Mrs. McCoos.
Dr. Morris, 30 years. You go back 30 years. I'm looking where I was at 30 years ago. Actually, I was working for you 30 years, 10 years ago. But I would like to say, just the title of Chief Accountability Officer is you got everything on your shoulders. And now moving up, I'm sure you're more than capable of handling anything. I mean, the new superintendent over Rochester, Leslie Myers-Smalls, know her. She's a very, very inspirational lady. And you two will work perfect together. And I'm so happy for you and your family. And congratulations on your move. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, board member McCoosey.
So yeah, we're gonna be missing you over here, but I will say this: you've made it a lot easier for folks to be able to understand all of the intricacies of what BPS, any school district, has to bring. Those little books that Larry was talking about, man, I had to look at them in order to understand it. And I just appreciate how you made sure that it wasn't just, everybody can grasp everything that had to do with the data for this school. So I know that, Rochester, even though they're going through it, having someone like you that can really break this down and talk to anybody and everybody, no matter who they are, about what's happening, is definitely needed. And then you do that, and then you come back and talk to you.
Thank you.
And good luck to you. Good luck to you.
Next board member is Woods. Board member Woods.
Doc, Janelle, we're going to miss you. Thank you for all you've done for us. System that you put in to monitor the progress of the children, the ones who were being lost. I enjoyed your seminar, and I just wish you the best. Like they said, Rochester's gained loss, but thank you for all you've done.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have Dr. Revere next.
Dr. Morris, the depth of your knowledge, your ability, and also your care and support for students in need. Really, I haven't known you as long as everybody here, but it really was clear to me throughout the time that I've known you. I feel lucky to have been able to be one of your colleagues, and Rochester's has really gained something special, but I'm really glad that we can continue our connection with you. Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's all of our board members. Dr. Cash?
Yes, colleagues. I know Janelle is very strict with the rules, and so I'm going to follow them. But Janelle, I'm going to ask you a yes or no question tonight, and then we'll be done with it for now, right? Janelle, is all of that extraordinary, historic, exciting news about Buffalo's 2020 graduation rate true or false? Yes or no?
Yes, it is true. Absolutely true.
Okay, that's it.
I wouldn't go off
wanna
into the
talk about it
sunset unless it was.
Now, colleagues, we have to wait for the official announcement about it, and Dr. Morris is very strict about not doing it when it is, what's it called when it's under embargo? Is that it?
It's embargoed, yes.
Embargo. But Janelle, you're a big part of that because you know we pushed this year when a lot could have given up, and we didn't let our young people give up. So thank you for all the efforts of you and your an amazing department. Again, we'll miss you, and I'll be calling you anyway. Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
Take care of yourself. Be safe.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Well, Dr. Cash, you know, when we have excellence around us, people have a tendency to recognize it. But I think because of COVID, there's a moratorium on anyone else who's leaving the district. I heard that in the governor's response. So the governor has said that, or someone said that, I heard, you know, that no one else can leave the district during COVID until we get it straightened out, okay?
Hear ye, hear ye. I agree with that. All right.
Just joking.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so next, Dr. Cash, would you do your superintendent's update? We were going to change the agenda today, board members, and put the speaker first. However, since we have not been able to reach the speaker, we're going to go ahead with the superintendent's update, and we're going to move forward. Superintendent, what else do you have for us today?
Well, colleagues, good evening. I have for you perhaps the most important recommendation certainly that I've made in my career, and you would have to determine if it's the most important one that you've ever had to make a decision about. And that is, under my report, I'm going to have two items. The first item is presenting to you with key members of my staff who lead these departments around these topics. Will present to you our recommendation for reopening schools for the 2020-2021 year. The goal is to hear the presentation, and I expect less than 30 minutes for us to have a robust discussion about it and hear your comments, questions, concerns, whatever you want to talk about. And then the goal this evening, colleagues, is we need to make a decision. We need to make a decision for the community, for our parents, for our students, for our staff. It's time. And what I would ask is that you hear us, hear our presentation, jot your notes beside the topic. There'll be 7 main topics or parts of the proposal. And then we'll have questions and discussion and so forth after. That way, and again, this is my recommendation to you, that way the community can hear one continuous flow of a presentation, and then they can hear you with your discussion part. And I just think it'll be clearer for the community if they hear us all at once. And so we're prepared to do that if you agree. Agreed?
Sure.
Yes,
Okay.
Dr. Cash, thank you. We're ready.
Thank you. So colleagues, I have all of the executive team here, and I'm sure because of the sacredness of the moment, we have a lot of listeners this evening. I'm going to be proposing a remote learning only start to the school year, with us examining the progress and effectiveness of that start after a period of about 4 weeks to 6 weeks. The topics are included in the handout that you may have, or Admir, if you could put the slide presentation up so I can begin to speak to it. I will begin the presentation with a scientific basis and overview of how we came to this consensus decision or consensus recommendation at this point. And I say consensus because of the effort, the deliberate and systematic way that we went about this process. Next slide, please. Admir. There you go. Thank you. So first, I'll start with a scientific basis and overview of how we reached the decision. I keep saying that, proposal. My apologies. We then will have 3 parts that are very important for a remote-only start, where our Chief Technology Officer Extraordinaire, Myra Burden, will present assessing technology needs, internet access, and provision of computers. Ann Botticelli, our extraordinary Chief of Academic Affairs, will lead with the remote learning part of our reopening plan. And then she will be followed by Jim Weimer, who will talk briefly about the main points or parts of the safety and operations plan, because even though it will be a remote start, we will have staff reporting to the buildings. And so those protocols will have to be very clear and implemented, effectively executed. And then finally, we will talk about an ongoing communications plan for this start and this part of the start of the school year, as well as going forward. And we want to make sure that we have a very, very clear, robust set of strategies to continue to communicate with our community. And Elena Calla, our communications director, will share that part. So those are the 7 elements, and I will start with the scientific basis and overview, as well as make a few other main points that draw us to this extraordinary moment this evening. I think the first part that I want to say is that we are prepared as we can be. So preparedness is hard work and never optimum in a situation like this. But we have not sat on our thumbs at all. We have been working fully since March 18th on this work. I have not had a vacation since last December, and none of our executive team have either. And we don't intend to take one until we are off to a sound start to the school year. So preparedness, I want you to be clear that we are not unprepared. We are highly prepared, and we're prepared as we possibly can be given the circumstances. Second point, expectations. We have high expectations for our work. We will continue to have the very highest set of expectations for academic rigor in a remote learning environment, for continued access to all of the classes, advanced and honors, all of it, the like, CTE, music, art, multilingual education, and so forth in a remote environment. So our expectations remain high for access, equity, opportunity, and quality. They have not changed. I want to say also that we are extremely sensitive. I worry on end about all of the issues that our families and our students face on a daily basis. as well as have faced over the last 6 months. I have spent an enormous amount of my time researching COVID-19, how has it impacted globally, other countries, how has impacted us here in the United States, state by state, city by city, district by district. And it is the most horrible Solomon's choice that we would have to make in a peaceful and in a democratic society. I can't imagine any other decision that is more difficult than this one. And yet, children need to be back in school. Children, our children, all of our children need to continue their learning at high levels in a highly competitive global society. They cannot lose ground. They must make up ground and then gain ground. The issues of social emotional learning and trauma that our students have been through, our families need help with that, and they need us to help them. Each family, each student, case by case, every single child, in every single way. Our educators want our children back with them in school, remote, hybrid, in person, otherwise. We want our children, we need them back with us on a daily basis. It is too important to society for education to be overlooked. And yet, in many ways, during the COVID shutdown period, education as an essential sector has been overlooked, unfortunately. And I think we learned a hard lesson over these past 6 months or so, that education may in fact be the most essential sector in our democracy and in our economy. So it needs more support than ever, not less. More resources than ever, not less, to help our children and our families' needs, particularly in a large, complex, urban education system like the Buffalo Public Schools. Tonight, I want to be clear that Buffalo Public Schools and many of the large urban school systems in the country, we have a different kind of worry that COVID-19 is teaching us. It is teaching us, for example, that while we may be in a county or we may be in a state, Buffalo Public Schools, made up primarily of the zip codes 14211, 14212, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Largely Black and brown children and families in high poverty communities. We are finding that we suffer in our communities at a disproportionate level, severely disproportionate level, from the effects and impact of COVID-19. Not saying we're carriers at all, don't get that mistaken. What I'm saying is that on our workers, our families, people who go to work in this economy, they are frontline and often more exposed than other workers to this insidious disease. And then those effects impact children, impact the families. The data on children is not as robust as it needs to be, but the data that we do have also show that when our children do get this disease, it has a disproportionate, severely disproportionate effect and impact on children of color. So with all of these concerns and considerations, with 83% of our children and families being children of color, and our staff safety being a priority, we have been very deliberate, very systematic in coming to this recommendation that is before you. We have not rushed it. We have not felt like we had to be first. We felt that we had to be deliberate and take the time needed. That's why it's always been a working draft. From July 31st to this date, we have made over 20 substantial additions to the working plan. And last Friday, August 14, we submitted our remote-only plan as was required by the governor. And even at that time, we had not made a decision or a recommendation that we would bring forth to you about what we recommended, because we had not completed and still have not completed all of the community meetings and hearings with our parents and our staff and our many constituents to date. We're still continuing those. Now, what we are getting is we're moving toward a consensus, and that has becoming clearer and clearer. So for example, before me, I have data summaries from 4 main groups. And I'll go back to the scientific basis, but semi-scientific, when the survey data is accurate and done properly, it can be useful. And the surveys that we have from our parents, from our students, from our teachers, and from our principals all indicate that they would feel more physically and psychologically safe if we began in a remote-only reopening to the school year and then progressed toward a hybrid approach where we began to transition and bring in different populations of students and gradually increase that ratio over time, and by looking at what the conditions were at the time, the scientific basis, because that will always be the key to whether we remain in remote and when we move to more hybrid forms of in-person student instruction. All throughout, we have followed the CDC guidelines and the national COVID data. That data has changed and is emerging differently all over the country, as you know, over these recent weeks. We still do not have this very deadly virus contained by any stretch of the imagination at a national level. There are still over 2,000 people dying every day from this disease. Many of us have family and or friends or associates that have passed from this disease. Every 42 seconds, someone is passing away from COVID-related effects. We have been in close contact with the Department of Health, the Erie County Department of Health, and our health advisory consultant team, very esteemed epidemiologists and pediatricians. I want to commend, especially at this time, Dr. Gail Burstein and the Erie County Department of Health, who have been extraordinarily collaborative and helpful to us as we work out the details around testing for COVID and contact tracing for COVID. Very important set of responsibilities that they are going to be our prime supporters of. I had a long talk with Dr. Quo today, and he, in short, supports the recommendation to open remotely. He makes very important points about it and says that any plan is only as good as its execution. And while he concurs with the data that says that the disease is not widespread here at this time, and that we are less than 1% or around 1% in the test positive cases in this community, Erie County, that we will need time to train students, for example, in the protocols of wearing masks, staying socially distanced throughout the school day, and all of the other things, washing hands, and remaining safe according to the strictest of guidelines. That doesn't happen if you just open up on day one in a hybrid model. You need time to train everyone in those very, very important safety protocols. He also says that there is a supply chain challenge right now with testing, and that if we start on day one with a hybrid model, that supply chain would be stressed. There would be challenges with the testing and the need for testing, going into quarantine, and all of those associated factors would have a very disruptive effect to the school year, even under the best intentions. So in short, CDC, Erie County Department of Health, and our own health advisory consultants. Dr. Kuo will be our medical director for the entire year, and he is going to do a walkthrough. I've invited him to do walkthroughs with me, with our schools in the near future, so that we can see where we stand with following all of these guidelines and where the gaps might be and how we can immediately correct them. So between the scientific basis for starting schools in a remote learning only environment and our survey results from all of our major constituents, we are bringing forward a recommendation to start the year in a remote only environment. And we believe we are as prepared as we can be to do so, and certainly in a much better position than we were in the spring when we had to close down quickly. Dr. Darren Brown now will highlight a few of what a day looks like and when we will start, and then we will continue with the order of the presentation. Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. Good evening, board members. So some very important dates. September 1st, 2020 is the first day for teachers. That is in our approved calendar, and that will be the first day for professional development for teachers. Professional development will continue on September 2nd and 3rd. So teachers have 3 full days of professional development, really focused around remote learning and how to build the remote learning programs and classes so that they have their Schoology classes set up. They will also have social and emotional learning training throughout those 3 days also. On Friday, September 4th, teachers will have their classroom setup day, because we are going to still ask teachers to come into the building and teach some days from their classroom. So they will have that classroom setup day on Friday, September 4th. But keep in mind, we do realize that many teachers like to get into their classrooms and set up prior to that. So we'll be working with our engineers and our school principals to make sure that's able to happen. With that being said, principals are right now, along with the help from their associate superintendent, building their school schedules. Their guidance counselors and master schedulers are helping, and they're building their school schedules that will also work in the remote learning environment. So these are all things that are important and are taking place now, and those are the important dates that will start the school year. The first day for students is Tuesday, September 8th, the day after Labor Day, and that is when they will begin the remote learning in this proposal. Thank you, Dr. Cash and board members.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Myra Burden will talk about assessing technology needs, internet access, and provision of computers. Myra.
Thank you, Dr. Cash, and good evening, board members, and good evening, Board President Cotman.
And Mary, can you change the slide, please? Thank you.
So we've taken various approaches to assess technology connectivity within both our student and teacher population. So one of the major partnerships that we've established is with Charter Spectrum to analyze the internet access based on only addresses that are in our systems for teacher and students. So Charter Spectrum took that information, they cross-checked it with their internal records to identify addresses for which internet service is provided and is not provided. They have established a program called the Spectrum Stay Connected program, which is an enterprise program that I'll talk a little bit about in the next slide. But based on the scope of their service area and the eligibility for that program, the preliminary analysis yielded the following results. Over 21,000 locations were submitted to Spectrum for that analysis. 322 of those addresses were found to be duplicates, so we threw those out. 16,000 have internet access. So of all of our student and teacher addresses that we currently have in our database, 16,000 have active internet. 975 are not serviceable for this program. So that leaves 4,208 student and or teacher homes that are ready to be serviced, as there is no internet, and they would also be eligible for this program. We are continuing to take requests for internet access during our device distribution process, as well as the online form and our BPS helpline. In addition to the Spectrum assessment, we are surveying our teachers and will soon be surveying our students to obtain data concerning the availability, the stability, and the reliability of internet access and the extent of students using and or sharing a home computer, as well as the need for a hotspot or computer. So again, the teacher surveys are already in progress. They were distributed last week, and they will continue to run through the end of this week at a minimum. Next slide, please. So to support the need, we're using a portion of the $9.1 million that was approved through Smart Schools to support the provision of internet access. So we have multiple options being considered for this approach. It could be all hotspots. It could be the Spectrum Stay Connected Enterprise program, which, based on the data that I just shared with you, won't be sufficient because of the 975 addresses that are not serviceable. So more than likely, it will need to be a hybrid of the two. Spectrum Stay Connected program is one that provides internet access to our student households, and then it would bill the district for the service on a month-to-month basis. So that means if the student family leaves the residence, then we would disconnect that service. And then if someone else takes up residence at that same address, we can restart the service, again, on a month-to-month basis. Spectrum provides the equipment and the support before, during, and after the installation. So it's not as labor intensive on the district because of what Spectrum is providing. Next slide, please. So provision of computers. As many of you know, at the onset of the pandemic, since March 17th, the IT team has been absolutely tremendous and amazing about getting devices in the hands of our students. So to date, we have distributed over 20,000 devices to students in grades 3 through 12. And those devices will continue to remain with those students. We began distributing additional devices for reopening last week on August 12th to those students who may not have picked up a device since March, those students that are newly enrolled to the district, as well as we're facilitating exchanges of devices to students who will be transitioning from an iPad to a laptop. So each household was assigned a specific date. That was included in a letter that was sent home to them. And we also utilized our school messenger auto calling system to send targeted messages to those individual families. And the distribution will continue through September 2nd. In order to support a full one-on-one deployment for our pre-K through second grade students, we're also using a portion of the Smart Schools emergency funding to support additional devices that are needed for those particular students. The team has begun the process of actively purchasing additional iPads for those grade levels. So as we continue the device distribution, we're being intentional about fully deploying devices to a full grade, starting with grade 2. And then any remaining grade levels in the interim will be supported with paper learning packets until we have those additional iPads in and we can deliver and distribute those to those students, to those remaining students. Okay, next slide. And at this time, I'll turn it over to our Chief Academic Officer, Ann Botticelli.
Good evening. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the instructional end of the remote learning process. So first, there's some terms that we need to define because they're going to become very common in our conversations. So a learning management system, or an LMS, is a system that will house our curriculum documents. For this function, we use Schoology, which we've had in the district for several years. So many teachers are familiar with it, although we continue to provide training. And a lot of that will happen on Superintendent Conference Day. So in that learning system, we can house curriculum content, which would include various documents, links to websites, videos or virtual conference links, basically any type of document you want students to have access to. You can also assign quizzes, and students have the ability to email their teachers directly. They can, pretty much only their teacher, but they can get an instant message. Schoology will be the platform that we use as our single source. So even though there may be other features of programs that we have, we can embed links in Schoology, because feedback that we heard from families over the spring was that it was difficult for them to juggle a lot of different platforms. Some teachers were using ClassDojo, some were using Remind, some used Schoology, and it was confusing if you had multiple students in the family, or even if you had one student and 3 different teachers used a different platform. So to make life easier and to bring all of our resources together, we will be using Schoology pre-K to 12. However, that provides a lot of access, but it doesn't give you a complete conferencing mechanism. So what we are using for our virtual conferencing platform is Microsoft Teams. And we've started training with our administrators and teachers over this August. So Teams platform allows teachers to create a meeting link. And when students log into Schoology, they click on that link and it takes them directly into the Teams platform. It's similar to LifeSize or to Zoom in the sense that you would see the students and teachers, and the teacher could share her screen, share documents, share lessons with the students while they are interacting together on that platform. So between Schoology and Microsoft Teams, we will be able to provide a single point of access and have students have live classes with their teachers. Again, one of the things that we heard in the spring was that students missed that one-on-one interaction or that group interaction with their teacher, and they preferred to have a more scheduled approach to their work. So between using Schoology and Teams, we'll be able to provide that to the students. So I'm going to talk a little bit about synchronous and asynchronous learning. And these are terms that I don't think any of us ever used prior to the spring of this year. So I define them every time I'm in any kind of session just to make sure we're all using them the same way. So synchronous learning happens in real time. That would be when we would use our virtual conferencing platform, Teams. So it would be an experience like this. It would be a virtual classroom and the students would be live with the teacher. That could take a few different forms. It might be whole group instruction, so the teacher might schedule the class all together in one session. It could also be small group. The teacher could invite certain students to come together at certain times to provide intervention, acceleration, to have different kinds of conferences so a social worker could also use that as a platform for conferencing too. And then we have something called sort of a virtual office hours approach. So the teacher would be able to have a live Q&A session with her students. So if she's assigned work that they're completing independently, she would be holding virtual office hours and they could log in and ask questions. So if they're confused by a particular problem, if they need support with a particular paper that they're writing, if she's holding virtual office hours, they can log in and have a conversation with the teacher. That's also a way that she can schedule the small group interactions. So synchronously would be either a whole class interaction, a small group interaction, or that ability to hold those Q&A sessions where the teacher's holding office hours the way a professor might in a college, and the students can log in and converse with the teacher. There's also something called asynchronous learning, which in a regular year would have throughout the dependent projects, writing essays, doing things that are independent of the teacher, even though they might be in the same space. So when we talk about asynchronous learning, the student who is obviously at home might be working independent of the teacher at that time. So while some students are working with the teacher during virtual office hours, another student might be working independently, either through a program like MobyMax or Zern or another of the platforms that the district provides to teachers. Or they could be working perhaps in Office 365 and writing a paper with a couple of their peers, because that also happens in real time. Kids can work together through Office 365. So there's a lot of different options for asynchronous learning, and many of those activities would be housed in Schoology. So the combination of Schoology and Teams allows the district to provide both synchronous and asynchronous learning opportunities for our students. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So I just want to talk a little bit about what a teacher's day might look like and what a student's day might look like if we are 100% remote. So a teacher would follow their typical schedule, their contractual schedule. So for example, if I was a 7th grade math teacher, I would still teach 5 periods of math a day to my students. The students would experience all the subjects that they normally have during a typical day. So if you were scheduled normally for your 4 core and a math class, and a music class, you would still experience those. Although some of that interaction would be asynchronous. So in a given day, you might have a synchronous class and then an asynchronous learning opportunity. While I'm working asynchronously, my teacher is holding virtual office hours and other students might be logging in to ask questions, or she might be pulling some of my peers in a small group while I'm home working, but I still have that opportunity to log in and ask questions into a virtual office hours. So the teacher would have, throughout the course of the week, that math teacher would have 5 periods of instruction, although 1 or 2 of them might be office hours. So as opposed to teaching a direct lesson, they might be pulling small groups or they might be running the Q&A, but that teacher is always teaching. The students might be experiencing some synchronous classes where they're with the teacher live face-to-face, and then some classes where they're working asynchronously on activities the teacher has assigned, but they'd still have that opportunity to log in and speak with the teacher if they had questions. In this model, we want to make sure that we are providing special consideration for students of our greatest need. So the students with disabilities who are currently in some of our smaller special classes, and also students who may be receiving related services, we are looking to phase those students back into the in-person instruction in an earlier time frame than the other students before they come back hybrid. So we want to make sure that we are looking out for the needs of those special populations. And then I've heard a lot of questions from staff members about what the role of a teacher aide or assistant might look like. So the BEST Union has been fantastic. They've been working with us, and they've come up with a lot of things that would be appropriate to continue the support an aide or an assistant typically provides in a regular working day. They will be wonderful liaisons to our families. They are going to conduct wellness calls. They're happy to deliver food to families who aren't able to come pick it up themselves. They can assist the families with technology concerns. So in the beginning of the year, one of the things that they can start doing right away is connecting with families that they're assigned to make sure that the student has picked up a device, to make sure that the student has connectivity, to answer any questions the families might have. And teacher assistant lessons, so they support the teacher as she teaches the lesson to her students. I think there's one more slide.
Yes.
Thank you. So in this remote world, the role of the parent is fundamentally important to us. We need to make sure that they understand our systems so that they can support their students. So a few of the things that we're doing to make sure, for example, that they understand Schoology and Teams. We've created videos that have been are being translated into our top languages. Those are currently available on the website. They were created by the student leadership teams, the technology leadership teams. And so they walk a student or parent through the process of logging into Schoology, no matter what device you're using, whether it's a mobile phone, an iPad, a Mac, a PC, just so everyone's comfortable with the process of logging in. And then they take them through other possibilities in Schoology itself. And we're also hosting live sessions. So right now, you can log in and interact with our technology student leaders, and they will show you live how to use Schoology, how to log into Schoology, what Teams will look like for you, because you actually log into a Teams platform when you join the group. And then they will be providing some information after one of our Facebook Live sessions as well. So parents who log into that can see it, and it will be preserved because those are archived. We're also encouraging parents to create parent accounts for Schoology and Parent Portal. So you all are probably familiar with Parent Portal. It's the one way that a parent can get in and look at a student's grades. It's our grading system as part of Infinite Campus. So we already had a mechanism to have to have parents create that account. And we're capitalizing on that to also allow them to create accounts in Schoology. So basically a parent can create a Schoology account and shadow his or her students. So if I have 4 students, I create one Schoology parent account and I can see what each of my students has been assigned, and then I can see what they've actually submitted. Because again, we heard feedback over the spring that parents wanted more information about what their students were doing and how to stay on top of their submissions to make sure that they weren't falling behind. So the Schoology parent accounts will address a large part of that gap. We also have the helpline help desk that's always in service, 816-7100. They field calls all year long, but they had a lot of calls over the summer as parents began to help their students log into our summer platforms. And they'll continue throughout the school year to provide that support to any parent who has questions. Specifically, if a student can't remember their 900 number or can't remember their password, the help desk is the place to connect to. We're also asking each school to assign for each thing. So instead of having to contact 6 or 7 different faculty members to get questions answered, they'll have one point of contact. In the beginning of the year, that faculty member or staff member will reach out to the family, again, to ask similar questions. Do you have your devices? Do you have connectivity? Do you need support with anything? Can we connect you with anyone to help you at home? You know, what can we do for you as a school? And then there'll be that consistent contact throughout the course of the year. No parent would obviously be prevented from reaching out directly to a teacher, but we wanted them to have this option of the one point of contact, and so that messages can go out that way, and they can take questions and field them to the correct people. And then currently there are live drop-in centers at our 4 parent centers, so anyone can bring their devices to get support, because occasionally there might be an issue with a device, and we know that, you know, it's better to have a live person looking at it when you feel like you need that level of support. So that continues, and School 28 is obviously our current site for distribution. Thank you.
Family liaison, Ann, anything about that?
I'm sorry, you know, I think the school liaison, family liaison is really the same thing.
Okay.
Bless you.
All right. Jim Weimer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cash.
Jim
evening,
Weimer, our Chief Operations Officer, just doing an incredible job with all of the responsibilities that he has, especially during this urgent time. If you could hit on some of the main points, Jim, that would be greatly appreciated. Safety and operations.
Thank you, Dr. Cash, and good evening, board members. The
Next
BPS
slide,
safety,
Admir, next slide, please. Thank you.
So our BPS safety and operations team has developed plans following all CDC, and New York State Department of Health guidelines and continues to adapt as changes become available to us. The safety of our students and staff is paramount. Masks will be required of all students and staff when in school buildings, as well as on the bus for students when they begin to come back to school. The district currently has 500,000 masks in stock for staff and students who may need one, and the ability to procure more as necessary. Social distancing. When BPS students return to school, it will be critical to provide spaces that promote social distancing and ensure the safest possible environment. Signage and floor decals are being installed to show 6 feet of social distance in buildings in needed areas. Main offices are being outfitted with polycarbonate dividers. We have already had many of our central office administrators come back to work in some of our school buildings. So we've had the ability to try out and check out what we're doing and how we can make that better. The district has also engaged Canon Design Architects to assist in the development of our reopening plan. Utilizing our strategic plan data on BPS school buildings to determine building capacities. Canon has developed a tool to analyze square footage of instructional spaces with social distancing requirements, which then determines the student capacity in an instructional space. Our associate superintendents, along with district architects and engineers, are developing plans for schools and offices as we speak. It has been a tremendous tool for us. They did a lot of work in the Chicago public schools, and we're really looking forward to implementing their recommendations. All new alcohol-based hand sanitizer dispensers are being installed strategically throughout the school buildings and facilities, including classrooms, building entries and exits, and where hand washing is not easily accessible. Desktop hand sanitizers have been distributed to all returning central office staff as well. An adequate number of drinking fountains will be converted to bottle fillers. The district will encourage the use of water bottles. Alternate means of providing drinking water will be available where necessary. Hospital-grade disinfectant wipes and HBV high residual sanitizer is in stock and will be used in multiple disinfecting procedures. Facility cleaning. The Buffalo Public Schools Plant Department has developed upgraded sanitation protocols in accordance with public health guidelines. In accordance with these protocols, both the frequency and the intensity of building cleaning will be increased. HVAC and air filtration. The BPS reopening plan provides written guidance on how to maintain adequate code-required ventilation, natural or mechanical, as designed. Specific plans for each building will be incorporated into the Canon plans, as we have buildings with many different types of systems and different ages and sizes. We are reviewing and upgrading all HVAC, heating, ventilation, air conditioning settings to ensure all spaces are provided adequate ventilation. HVAC filters will continue to be changed at recommended intervals with MERV 11 rated or greater filters, depending on the ability of our systems to function properly with them. We continue to collaborate with our stakeholders and adapt on preparation for an eventual safe reopening of our facilities with safety as our #1 priority.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Eleanor Calla will present the next slide Communications. Elena Calla, our Communications Director.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. Good evening, board members. I think we all agree that in this COVID-19 school closure, nothing has been more important than communication. It's been constant. I have the help of the multilingual education department, who is ready to turn translations on a dime. And the webmaster has been very good at getting things on the web for us, and also my cabinet colleagues who have specialized knowledge that we need everybody to know. We need our parents to know, along with everyone that we consult with. The modes of communication that will be ongoing are the automated text, voice, and email messages that we employ through our all-call system. We have a BPS dedicated web page, and that changes constantly as new information comes in, and it will continue to do so. We urge everyone to look at the web page for the most up-to-the-minute information. We also put things out on social media, which we find is very popular, and we found out with our community meetings with Facebook Live, we have quite a lively and engaged community there. Local media through print media, radio, digital, and television. We look to our media colleagues to help us get the word out to the public. We have weekly digital newsletters that are all encompassing. They give a good view of what's happened that week. And as things change, those become important every Friday to see what might have happened that week that people may have missed. And those go district-wide. They go to everyone, and I do send them to the local media also. The two-way virtual community meetings that we've been holding have been so successful and so well run. We get a little bit better with every single one of them. And it's not anything that we think will be stopping in the near future. I'm sure that this will keep going. In a virtual world, that's what we have for communication, and we will continue to go. That's our best way to have two-way communication right now, which is what we're interested in. We also have the BPS telephone support helpline. The thing about that is we started out with different numbers for different topics. And as we saw the things that were coming in, I was the miscellaneous line. We developed new lines so that we had more choices, more options for parents to choose from when they were looking for up-to-the-minute information from us. The multilingual Division of Multilingual Education has their own way of communicating with families, and they can do real-time transfer texts that are translated. And so people can ask a question of someone, of a teacher, for instance, or a staff member. In their language, it gets translated, it's answered in English, it gets translated again, and it goes back to that person. We're trying not to leave anyone out of this essential communication right now. In the event of emergency closure, when we do find ourselves back in schools, we will handle it much the same way that we handle weather closings. And there will be communications in scheduling or stay-at-home orders so that people aren't going out to a bus or coming out to a school. We'll use our all-call. We, in the appropriate languages, we'll do web alerts, social media, and again, notification to all local media.
Elena?
Yes.
Did you conclude?
I am done unless anyone has any questions. Yes.
Well, hold on. Okay, so Elena's concluded. Thank you, Elena, and thank you all staff members for your excellent preparation and for your presentations this evening. Madam Chair, Mrs. Cotman, I turn it back to you.
Okay, Dr. Cash, I just have one question. What was step number four of your 7? I can't read my own handwriting at this point.
I'm sorry, we can go back, Admir, if you could go back to the top right there, show that slide. That is provision of devices, computer devices.
Okay, that was covered by Myra.
Yes.
Chief IT Officer. Okay, thank you. All right, so board members.
Admir, if you could leave that slide up, that's a good one to leave up, the 1 through 7. Because then if questions come, they can tell me what it relates to. No, the 1 through 7, there, that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to start. Larry has his hand up, and hopefully the board members will be able to have all their questions answered. All you simply need to do is just let me know that you want to speak up and have your questions answered or have your comments entered into the record. For the record, I would like these comments listed from the board members as a form of the permanent record for this event. This is a very important decision that has to be made, and I feel that our record should reflect specifically what happened in this meeting. With that said, Mr. Board Member Scott, you're up.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cash and all the staff for those presentations, very comprehensive. Seem to take into account the health experts, parent, teacher, student input. I have 4 questions. I'll ask them one at a time. The first is for virtual learning. If, let's say, we've now entered a hybrid model and parents choose to have their child in that full remote instruction, who would be the teachers that would provide that remote instruction? And then a second part to that, who are the teachers that are providing the remote instruction for the hybrid students when they're not in person?
Ms. Botticelli, did you hear that question?
I did. So a lot of those details are still being fleshed out, and we've been seeking input from teachers and families as to what system they would like us to put in place for that. And we've received a number of ideas for the hybrid model. I don't know that one in particular has been determined to be the best. It may be that we do a hybrid of different approaches as well.
On the question of the remote, though, and the first part of his question, I think you can answer that.
Well, for 100% remote, I think that the concern is not there. I'm assuming that you're wondering who the teacher would be if there's that hybrid option and some students are back in person and others are still continuing remote. Did I understand that?
Yes, and then we're going to have a large group of students whose parents will choose to keep them under full remote. Who would be the teachers
Correct.
then that are providing that instruction?
Right. So without knowing, how many staff members will still remain in that situation, we can say that there's different options that we've asked for feedback on. So one would be that the students who are at home are watching the class as it takes place in the classroom. That was one option that was put forward, and teachers have provided various ideas related to that. Another would be that there's a teacher who is strictly the remote teacher. So I don't know that there's one particular option that we've settled on. It's also possible that in my 5-period day, 4 of my periods are hybrid and 1 is remote. So there's varying ways that could be scheduled.
Okay. Along those lines, if we now get to the point where we're ready to start a hybrid model, I think a lot of parents, they're balancing safety as a priority and education, social, emotional development, and wellness, and want to have a better sense of what that 100% remote learning is going to be, what the hybrid is going to look like. There's a lot of positive feedback from the change in the hybrid schedule that came out, especially with option 1.
Mm-hmm.
If we're starting to transition then to that hybrid model, when would parents have to make that decision to choose hybrid or remain full remote?
That's fluid right now, Mr. Scott. It's a great question. And that's why we wanted to assess this about a month
And for how long, Larry?
to 6 weeks in. But as soon as we can understand what that would be, I can't give you a specific date tonight. But Ann, what would you say within the first what of this remote period might that start to unfold as a question that we could answer?
Well, the sooner we had a commitment from a family for the first, I don't know, maybe the first semester, the easier it would be to determine some of the schedules. So we would have to think out from today, if this plan was adopted, if we decided to open 100% remote, we'd have to build out from today how many weeks out we could go, and then would need the commitment in order to determine the future scheduling that Mr. Scott is referring to.
Yeah, it's going to be a balancing act, Mr. Scott, between trying to get students back in school in person in a hybrid model or other versus, an extended period in remote learning. It's going to be a very, very tough one there. Next question, Mr. Scott. You had 4 questions. Ms. Cotman?
As well as students that might be.
Mr. Scott?
You can't hear Dr. Cash?
No, he just got back in. Was he always in?
Okay, yes, he was.
Oh, I'm sorry. He just came back in for me. Okay.
Did you hear me, Ann?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't.
I'll start over. So I'm happy to hear that we're prioritizing students with disabilities for in-person.
Okay.
I'm wondering if there's also a way we can prioritize younger students, pre-K, kindergarten, maybe first grade, as well as English language learners, and maybe also having schools as a hub for social emotional support, counselors, social workers, mental health staff in the buildings where some of our students, small amounts, can access some of that support in person.
That's definitely in our calculus, Mr. Scott. Ann, can you say more about it?
So I think I've heard other people ask something similar, and it would be wonderful to be able to bring back some of our youngest learners because it's such a pivotal time in their life. So we would have to look at numbers and busing and the availability of services, but it's certainly an idea that I think we should consider.
And we are prepared to do it. If as soon as we have final numbers, we're prepared to serve quite a few children in that age continuum.
All right, and my last question has to do with childcare, daycare. Many of our students, if they're in the full remotes to start the year and going throughout possibly the entire year, many of them are going to be in daycares. And some of our daycares, like Kids Zone Childcare, which I've had communication with, have diligently worked with us in connecting them to the internet, connecting them with devices, and providing some of that remote learning. They participated in the Say Yes Buffalo virtual camp over the summer. Is there a way we can continue that coordination with our daycares if they're essentially spending the most time with these students that are home? Is there a way we can coordinate the service and education with these daycares?
Mrs. Cotman actually put us in touch with some of the daycare providers recently, and they sent us some questions and things that we want to try to flesh out for them. But I know that at our end, we had been talking about, at minimum, providing some training for them on Schoology and Teams, so they had a better idea of how to support the students as they logged in while they were with the providers. So we definitely want to foster a strong relationship because we do recognize that they'll be servicing many of our students.
Excellent.
And Dr. Karestas, could you say something about how we are partnering with the child network here, child care provider network, and what implications that may have for the question that Mr. Scott just asked?
Certainly, Dr. Cash. Good evening, Board of Education members. Since March, on our homepage, on the pop-up window, we had a special link that was made available just to essential workers who may need child care placement assistance. As of Monday of this week, we changed that now to a service for all families who may be planning their child care needs for the fall. We certainly want to give them a head start now. So that gives them direct access to a navigator at the Child Care Resource Network who will take their information and then make them at least a few to several offers, either for child care centers near their home, if that's their preference, or near their place of work. So that is up and running at this time, and we expect that, you know, our parents will be reaching out and expressing their child care needs.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you. I'd like to take the liberty to piggyback of Larry's question. I recently was approached by Citizen Action to ask the district to allow them to present about micro-schooling. Same thing, daycare providers are going to be responsible for the children. What type of supports can we provide for them to help them as well? And so as a result of that, along with the Chair Care Network, I guess, Children Care Network, we had a meeting on Saturday in addition to that. So the micro-schooling piece I mentioned to Dr. Cash on Monday, and we are going to try to get an appointment with Dr. Cash as soon as possible to at least explore this concept that they have presented about the children who are going to be inside of these daycares, what type of additional supports, but would the board be or the district be willing to have teachers accessible to them via either maybe a hotline or something like that that can help them during this process to facilitate. So we're moving in that direction. Dr. Cash, I'm going to reach out to your secretary to see about getting an appointment or to at least discuss this with this organization. Okay, next board member whose questions are up. Lou, is it you? Would you?
I have a few if you want, Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. My first question has to do with the flexibility of the presented plan. It's very fluid. Our situation is very fluid. We keep getting change in recommendations from the State Education Department, from the CDC. Our funding keeps changing on a fairly regular basis. We still haven't completed our outreach to various computer groups, to various groups out there that have an interest in this plan and how it's going to be rolled out, whether it's, I'm looking at the overall results also in terms of the our parental and our teacher participation. We seem to have a very high teacher participation, almost 30%, but less than 10% of our parents were participating. That's a little concerning to me. So as we go forward, how often will this plan be updated? When will these updates be presented to the board for approval? How often are they going to change? I mean, we should have a kind of a schedule, a regular basis, because things are going to change quickly as we move forward. And I don't know if we want to meet every time there's a change, but every 2 weeks, every month. There really should be something along those lines, and probably sooner than the monthly meeting, because many of these changes are going to be directly impactful to the students and families of our district.
So that's quite a few issues in there, Lou. Could you peel those back for me and sort of ask, 1, 2, 3? Because when you say updates and changes, are you talking about in the coronavirus environment, or are you talking about change to policy related to this reopening?
What we're down to is a risk feeling in essence. As this plan is modified and updated, how often will it be presented to the board for approval?
For approval. Darren, has this come up with you? Could you help a little bit with that? I'm not sure I understand fully the question. Darren, you've been
Well, I
working
think,
very
yeah,
close.
what Mr. Petrucci is asking, if the board approves the plan tonight, that is actually in the board docs item. If they
Yeah.
approve the plan tonight, knowing that it's a fluid document and changing, we sent a new update to them today. When they know that it's changing, how often will they be approving the new document, knowing that it's changing and we're adding specificity as we go? That's your question, right, Mr. Petrucci?
Correct, Dr. Brown.
All right.
Okay.
My recommendation. Oh, go ahead.
And I'm not sure, since we won't change it away from this direction, colleagues, you can weigh in certainly. I'm not sure you should meet every time. I think there could be a ongoing communication from Chief of Staff, Dr. Brown, and about we were able to get internet access for all of our kids at this price. If they wanted this price, now we're at this price. I mean, those kind of changes we can send out to you, and you can weigh in, and then the chairperson can determine whether you have a meeting or not. But you can certainly weigh in through email and so forth, because I don't see the changes changing any kind of direction. They change in terms of bolstering or making more robust each of these aspects. And that's a different kind of thing than having to approve that. What that means is we're improving the plan. So what do you think, Darren? What are your thoughts about this? And then we'll hear from the board.
Right. So what I would maybe suggest is that we send updates very similar to what I sent today and what we post online. So anytime we change a section or a part of a section, we send that update to the board. And then what we have at each board meeting, for example, at the September 16th board meeting, it will be a new updated working draft. We approve what we have at that time. So we can do that at each of the board meetings, knowing that it will be fluid. And by the board meeting time, there'll be another plan which may have had significant updates to approve.
Right. Now, I will say, colleagues, that if we go from remote only to hybrid, for example, absolutely you should be back at the table, and we have another presentation like this for you in a special call meeting if necessary. That would be my recommendation, because that's a significant shift in direction. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
It does. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bell, Dr. Cash. My second question is dealing with the iPads for our younger students. Do we have an estimate of how many devices are still needed, and will they be able to be distributed prior to school beginning, because we're 2 weeks out?
Absolutely. Great question. Myra, I believe the answer to that is yes, but go ahead and answer, Myra.
We believe maybe about 5,000 to 6,000. I'll have to get the firm number from the staff that may still be needed, but specifically it's for children in grades pre-K through first grade. We do believe we have enough to fully deploy to all of our second graders. The devices are on order. Based on our last estimate from the vendor, it was about a 6 to 8 week lead time before we get them in. So we're hopeful that we will get them in before school starts. But as you know, due to the pandemic, everything is backlogged at this time. We didn't get the approval to do the spending from State Ed until July 16th. And we immediately entered a requisition for that on July 17th with approval from Dr. Cash to pursue it as an emergency purchase. So we're moving as quickly as possible, but to some degree we're at the mercy of the vendor, and we're checking with them daily or weekly or regularly, I should say, to see if there's any swifter motion on getting those devices in.
With so many districts wanting to go virtual, I know that there's a great demand for these types of devices. The next question I have is with respect to the parent portal. Though I haven't had a child in the Buffalo Public School for a few years now, I know that in the past, one of the problems that myself and other parents were frustrated with was when the when the information on the portal wasn't updated in a timely manner. This is particularly pressing right now because parents are going to need to know with remote learning that the information is there and it's current, that's updated on a routine and regular basis. We can't go weeks without the information being updated. I'm just wondering if there's been any type of instruction or guidance or change in policy with how often or the expected frequency with which the information will be updated.
So I think we learned in the spring how important it is to continually enter grades in a timely fashion, because we did recognize that was one of our main contacts with parents. But the good news is that Schoology actually allows you to see what your student has submitted. You can see the feedback the teacher provides. So you can actually get some real-time feedback. You just wouldn't see it in terms of an average. But for each assignment, you'll be able to see how the student performed and what feedback the teacher provided and whether they had to revise it or not. So you'll get some immediate feedback, and then we need to work toward getting a more timely input of grades toward the average in the parent portal.
Okay, thank you. And my last question has to do with the safety and operations. So while we are going to develop plans for individual buildings, which is great, we have our rollout plan for central registration for City Hall, wonderful. My concern is the numerous employees that go from building to building all day, whether it's our safety officers, whether it's our carpenters, electricians, the pony. We have many people that go building to building. I was wondering if we have a protocol as to how they're going to be tested, how we're going to know that they've had their temperature taken. Are they going to have their temperature taken in each building in a central location? What's the protocol for these staff that go from building to building all day?
Excellent. I think, Tanja, do you have an answer to that? I think you and the health team have been talking and thinking about the staff part of it. What would you say at this time?
So the expectation is, and good evening, board members and board president, superintendent.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
This is Dr. Tanja Williams. My apologies.
Okay. The expectation is that whomever enters any of our school buildings or our central office sites, whether it's at the start of the day or after the school day has begun, that there will be some form of a temperature check from one of our nurse providers. So for those folks that go from building to building, those folks would need to have a temperature reading each time that they're entering a new building.
Okay. Thank you very much. That concludes my questions, Madam President.
Thank you, Board Member Petrucci. Okay, our next board member who has questions, please raise your hand so I can see. Okay, so I saw Terrence's hand first and then followed by Board Member Hope J. So Board Member Hurd and then Board Member J.
Good evening, everyone. Superintendent, administrative staff, you did a wonderful job displaying this information and working hard to get this information out to the public. We did a lot of forums listening to the community and their concerns, and I believe that a lot of their concerns, most of their concerns and my concerns have been addressed in this plan. I believe in education, I believe in health and safety. One of the things that I didn't hear that's a huge concern is counseling for the parents. The parents are, throughout the beginning of the COVID virus and dealing with the stresses of the COVID virus and dealing with the, things that happen to them, their families, their children, and also the learning aspect of it, the educational piece of it. Are we supplying any type of counseling for the parents or anything like that in the work with the stresses and training how to use the digital type technologies? That's one question.
Excellent question, Board Member Hurd. We appreciate it. Those are very important issues. Tanja, if you could speak to the first one. I know we've talked about training for our parents in the social emotional learning environment and spectrum of needs there. And then for the technology piece, I can certainly say yes. And we'll have Myra talk more to that. But Tanya, again, if you could start with the first part of Mr. Hurd's question.
Absolutely. So we're meeting with more than 100 community partners that work alongside the Buffalo Public Schools in another week or so. And certainly, you know, we want to be positioned to be able to provide referrals and recommendations if there are parents that are expressing need. In fact, that process started March 18th and it's been continuing throughout. We've already been making those kinds of referrals, recommendations, and supports, but there will be a more formalized process for that. As far as the training goes, we anticipate, and I believe it is a part of our plan, that we will be training parents on, you know, looking for various triggers, explaining to them what healing circles will entail. We've got a whole litany of emotional and social activities that are based on CASEL learning standards from New York State that we want to train parents on. So we're looking to create actually some archive videos that parents will be able to go on that are very comprehensive, and we'll share with them, you know, best practices, what they need to look for, how to talk to their children and engage their children in conversations. So all of those things will absolutely be happening.
Okay.
Hold on, let me try to get Dr. Morrell in here. Dr. Fatima Morrell, I know when we were in, are you there?
Yes, sir.
I know when we were in our regular environment, so-called regular environment, you did some excellent work on disproportionality, on trauma, and you know, culturally and linguistically responsive initiatives. And of course, we did a lot with trauma and integrated that into the trainings. Tomorrow, you'll do something on CLRI and equity. Are we integrating this whole issue of trauma and what parents have been through during this time anywhere in our trainings? Can you speak at all to that?
Yes, sir. So yes, in my training tomorrow, I will outline how we are addressing the two pandemics, the one of the COVID virus and also the one of systemic racism. And we will go into deeply around the issues of disproportionality and how this has impacted our Black and Latinx families disproportionately. But we will also be talking to parents about some of the professional development that we will be providing in regards to trauma, social, intergenerational trauma, how the COVID has quadrupled that marginalization for our communities. But we also want to talk to parents because we were very prepared for remote learning or a hybrid model. We want to talk about, because I think Dr. Williams mentioned how much we are going to be dependent on our parents when they're in that home environment learning. So we're going to be training parents on the use of our systems during Superintendent's Conference Day, our platforms, our instructional learning platforms. So we're going to add to that a layer around culturally responsive teaching platforms for parents so that they can also support at home. And yes, absolutely, we'll be bringing in the mindfulness activities that directly link to social emotional learning and addressing traumatization. Absolutely, we will.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. And Myra, Ms. Burden, if you could answer the latter part of Mr. Hurd's question.
Yes, sir. So we are very excited and overwhelmed by the response that we've gotten from our families or our parents with regard to the Introduction to Schoology training that we began offering this past Tuesday. That training is being delivered by our Student Technology Leadership Program participants. So our students are taking the lead. They developed the video, the presentation, the walkthrough, just Chief Botticelli mentioned as part of the component of her presentation. So they've taken the lead on that, and they are doing an excellent job delivering that information to our parents. Because all 8 sessions have filled up within 48 hours, we are meeting tomorrow morning to talk about opening up additional sessions and making those available to our families. Our principals and other leaders are promoting that for us, so I suspect that has a lot to do with the overwhelming response that we've received. The form to sign up for this training is on our website, and as soon as we get additional sessions outlined, they can submit their request to participate in those sessions as well. Additionally, I've lost my train of thought. Oh, we have a video that will be recorded and put on the website that will be accessible at any time, any place by our parents as well. So we're in the process of editing that, and that will soon be available on the website also.
What does that video show?
It's an introduction to Schoology. So it shows, or the Student Technology Leadership Program participants talk about what Schoology is, how to log in, how to use it on a PC versus an iPad, how to look for assignments and courses and groups, how to message their teachers, how they use Teams to facilitate that interaction.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Burden.
Okay, I would like to thank you for your work and working with the parents, because they had a huge dilemma that they face, you know, along as our teachers, trying to get an understanding of this new development of virtual learning, and the kids also had a hard time, you know, adapting to it. Also, it's not just here in the city of Buffalo, but it's been shown to be all over the country. So we're not alone in this, and with this new type of technology and 100% remote type learning. I think that we came a long ways, you know, from our work this summer. Also, my second question was about special needs students. I understand that we may have a separate plan for special needs students who may need the one-on-one or 8-on-1 type classroom training with the teacher, who need that type of approach, a different type of approach than other children. So is there anything that we can report on that?
I think so. You can respond, or if Kim is available, and I believe she is, she can speak to that.
Kim is definitely also on the call. I would say that it's a priority for us to serve that special needs population. And so Kim's committee has been meeting regularly to try to discuss what the best options are, because there's a number of factors involved. But we do recognize that if you're in a self-contained classroom, you're automatically in a smaller group of students. So assuming that you're in a full-size classroom, it would be easy enough for you to socially distance. If you're in a smaller size classroom, it might take a little movement to a different room to make that happen, but it's still possible. So that would be one of our priorities, to try to make sure that those kids had the first option of coming back. And then I know Kim has been trying to flesh out what it might look like to also provide related services.
Will there be an option for
also, Kim, when you answer, because I don't want it to be confused that while we're in remote learning, that students with special needs aren't getting a robust instructional set of services, because I know how hard your staff has been working, even in the remote learning. We've been doing this since March. So could you say something about that as well, Kim?
Sure. Thank you. Hello, everyone. We have been working diligently since March, making sure we're meeting all the needs of our special ed students. We delivered over 20,000 sessions of teletherapy and had amazing responses from a lot of parents who felt like that was a very effective way for their children to receive their related services. Additionally, we've been working with the teachers to make sure that they are delivering specially designed instruction, which is the regulatory requirement that we provide for our students with disabilities. We've made sure that accommodations have been delivered, as well as any assistive technology that students may require. So we are going to continue all of that in the fall. No matter what model we are under, we're going to make sure that we are delivering specially designed instruction, that students are receiving their teletherapy, and that they are that they're getting the support that they need from all of our special education teachers. As Anne said, we are prioritizing and working on plans to look at how we can support students and make them priorities for returning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Just a couple more questions. The next question is, I'm happy to see that we simplified our programming to Schoology, and also working with Microsoft groups that we can actually narrow it down for the parents, so that when selecting apps or classwork, that the district have worked hard on that. My another concern I have, and parents have also, is that coming up is allergy season and flu season. How we disseminate the difference if a child have a runny nose or itchy eyes, if we do return back to a hybrid learning or in-person type learning. How can we calculate the difference just by not, targeting that child and sending them home or to a medical facility, to the Erie County Department of Health to get tested once again? But if it's something that a parent may see or a child may see, and I don't want to see a child sitting in class, and get looked at funny because he sneezed or she sneezed, or they may have an itchy eye. Is there any type of plan we have for that?
Well, it's a fair question. And as I said, we have Dr. Dennis Quo, who will be our medical director, and he will be providing immediate consultation around issues so that we don't get into this overly sort of panicky environment as we approach these seasons. And then I think Dr. Williams, Tanja Williams, with the training that's going on with our nursing staff, we also will be able to address some of that. So can you say something there, Dr. Williams?
Sure. I think with, this COVID pandemic, some of the symptoms certainly do mirror a lot of other illnesses. The nurses in the schools will not be doing any testing or anything. And so if a person presents with, any kind of symptoms, we certainly will be conferring with Dr. Quo, so they don't, as Dr. shared, just jump to a panic state, but that we do take seriously if there are symptoms that are flu-like or that, look like COVID symptoms, that we immediately so that we can follow up with the appropriate medical care.
But I think we planning on these isolation rooms where we can take students right away. And I think there we can do a more granulated assessment. I think the issue is timing. How quickly can a physician see a child that has the expertise around that? Because I really agree with Mr. Hurd that we don't want to be, a lot of false positives and kids going out and they really didn't have the symptoms, and then they're, just a lot of overly reactive things going on around that. So I think that's something we may need to just put in our notes right now, and then make sure that we follow the spirit of what is being requested here.
Okay. Thank you again. I have one more question. And this is you, Dr. Cash, about the 5% module that we are graded on as the District of Buffalo, and be graded along with Erie County about the COVID virus within the building. I'm not in agreement with that. I know it was handed down by the state through the New York State Education Department, and the governor's recommendations from his task force about City of Buffalo being graded. Like you mentioned earlier, zip codes 14211, 14214, 15, 16, 18. We had the highest COVID levels in the state right here in the City of Buffalo. And I don't think it's fair for us to be graded along with, to be on the same module as Orchard Park and Lancaster, the Frontiers, Sweet Homes, and Williamsville school districts. I believe that the City of Buffalo should be graded on its own merits as far as the modules of 5% within the building, because what it is unreasonable, is unfair, to our students and to our teachers, that that if a school have 5% in the City of Buffalo, or or 5% out in the suburban district, that our kids will still remain in school, in which we have a much higher percentage rate of kids that could be and teachers that can be contracted the COVID virus. I don't know how you'll handle that, but I just think that we should have our own platform, how we'd be graded, especially in those area codes that's affected within the inner city.
Yeah, I think you make a very important point. I've called for quite some time now for a sort of red, yellow, and blue, if you will, of zip codes across the state. Not sort of these county-wide or these really gross levels of identifying whether you have disease in, the level of disease in your community or not, because it's so different, as you say, from zip code to zip code. And we really need that kind of granulated analysis across the state where we can see where red, yellow, and blue or green spots are, and then take appropriate measures to protect our children and families in those areas. And that's what's not, we just don't have that data. And we don't have the data on children at the level of adequacy, in my humble judgment, of how, who's been infected in the state, which children have been infected, and what is occurring with those infections in the child in terms of his or her health. So there's a lot more data that I really would like to have on an ongoing basis. And that could be something, Mr. Hurd, that you and I and others sort of develop as a keep clarion call about it, so that it stays at the forefront of our attention as we move forward. Again, another good reason to start in a remote environment, remote learning environment, while we ask Dr. Quo, for example, to come to your first student support services work session and maybe make a presentation, or he can be there to have you ask a lot of questions. He and Dr. Gomez would be great, for example, to ask some of these questions, and we could have a very enlightening discussion. That would be my suggestion. Other than that, I concur with your overall statement there.
Thank you for your answer, Dr. Cash, and I'll rest right now. Thank you again, administrative staff, for your hard work that you've been doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Board Member Hurd. Mr. Petrucci would like to piggyback off of that question.
Thank you, President Cotman. Just with respect to what Terrence had mentioned about allergies, many of both our teachers and our students have respiratory problems such as asthma, or they may have another condition, let's say, such as pica. I was just wondering how the mask policy would be. Is there going to be exemptions? How are we going to handle people that may not be able to have a mask on all day if they have a breathing problem?
Dr. Williams, did you hear that?
Yes, I did. So supplemental health care has been researching what other districts are doing, what the CDC guidelines are recommending, because we do know that we have populations of students and of staff that may have underlying health conditions that are, of concern for them being exposed to the COVID-19 virus. So we are actively researching all of that to see, how we can support, but the remote piece will certainly help with some of that. If there are children or staff, that have compromised systems, if we were to go with a remote learning environment, that would certainly help with that.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Petrucci?
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Okay, next is Board Member Hope J. And who's next after Hope? Want to raise your hand? Okay, Jennifer, Board Member Makuzi, and then Board Member Ann Revere.
Good evening, Dr. Cash, Cabinet, and Board. I feel like I haven't spoken to people in a long time. Hi, nice to see everybody. So I have some questions, Dr. Cash, and probably this is mostly directed at Dr. Botticelli, regarding the synchronous and asynchronous learning. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Yes? All right. Okay. So I've been thinking a lot about this, and I actually had a conversation earlier today with Mr. Kuzma about it. And obviously, I've been getting a lot of questions, comments, feedback from parents and friends and people who are wondering how they're going to do this, being parents, having a job, trying to organize how they're going to maybe work remotely themselves and maybe be in the house sometimes, not be in the house sometimes, how their children's schedules are going to be parallel with that, or how that it's going to complement their schedules. And I know that there's something that's been floating around, not just here in Buffalo, but across the state and maybe across the country, this idea of pods. Have you all, I am sure, are familiar with that idea?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So it's when parents who have all of these other challenges, and believe me, I say once a day, I'm so glad my children are not in school, that they're in college right now, so that I'm not dealing with these issues. I have so much empathy for parents who are trying to juggle the responsibilities of their jobs, their careers, and now having to school their children. While I fully support you, Dr. Cash, and I think you're making the right decision, it's still an enormous amount of, it's a challenge for parents to be able to figure out how to do this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Agreed.
So I was trying to understand how, and how you envision this as far as this synchronous versus asynchronous learning. Like, there's going to be a schedule of classes. I kind of, in my mind, I was kind of envisioning it similar to what my daughter was doing as a college student. So she was, before, when COVID first hit and she came home, all of her classes were, I guess you would say, synchronous, right? So she would get on the computer when the professor was doing the class in real time with all of the other students, and she would sit through that class as if she was in the classroom. But because in college, classes are only twice a week or sometimes 3 times a week, it was much easier for her to do that than it would be to have her have to be sitting there at 9:45 to 10:45 5 days a week, which is how it's done in the high school or in the middle school, right? So I'm trying to understand how we are envisioning providing this kind of education, this synchronous education, which I'm interpreting as the teacher sitting in the classroom, the teacher being in the classroom without the actual students physically being there, but yet they're all going to be participating via their computers, their laptops, their iPads.
I placed an order, but I just ordered it. Do you sell sodas also?
I'm sorry, is somebody else on the line?
Darren?
Please mute your call.
Let
I think
Tanja
somebody
know.
needs to mute. We'll find out.
Let Tanja know to turn that down, okay? All right, I'm sorry, Hope.
Okay.
Go ahead, finish your question.
So really my question is I'm familiar with Teams, by the way, because that's what we use in court. That's the same interface that we're using in the court, so that a number of people can participate in these meetings, and it occurs the same way as this meeting is taking place, very similar to this. So if we're moving to Teams, I think that's great, because it provides for a lot of people to be there and participate and be able to ask questions and do all of those kinds of things. But I guess, like, I'm trying, like, if I were a parent right now, I think I'd be just like at the end of my rope, like trying to understand how am I going to set my schedule when I have to go to work and my children are going back to school? When is the school going to provide me with a schedule of synchronous learning, as like, when are my children sitting in front of this computer? These classes are going to be provided for them. Can I organize this with other parents in my neighborhood and my community so that we can have a pod? We can have a group of maybe 5 kids who are going to be in the same classes. Okay, I feel like I've said enough, but maybe, yeah, maybe I said too.
That's exactly the question that many, probably thousands of parents have. So it's a perfect question. Thank you for that. And if you could start, and then any other team members will join in the conversation, and I have some things to say about it. And
Absolutely. So yes, schools will provide an actual schedule. So in a normal year, you would have received a schedule that said what your child was doing first period, second period, third period throughout the day. You will still get that schedule, but it will indicate whether the period is an asynchronous period or a synchronous period. So each day we want somewhat of a balance, maybe 50-50, 60-40, depending on the age of the student, for the amount of synchronous versus asynchronous instruction that'll take place. We're asking schools not only to create a schedule, but to coordinate between teachers and departments so that they don't overload students with work. One of the things we heard in the spring was that because it happened very suddenly and schools didn't have that opportunity to coordinate schedules, many stay on top of every subject. Or alternately, maybe one subject provided less work. So we want the schools, once they've created their schedules, to also then coordinate the amount of work a student would get. So in theory, if I had a 45-minute asynchronous period, I'm getting approximately 30 to 45 minutes worth of work to complete at that time. But we recognize, especially with our older students, they don't necessarily always want to be doing it at the time they're scheduled. So they would, in an asynchronous environment, you have the opportunity to do it at night if you chose to. So you might be on synchronously with maybe 3 of your teachers during the day, but you'd have some asynchronous time to do other things if you needed to work separately, or to your point, if you wanted to be in a pod with other students. It would depend on a student's schedule. So at the high school level, it would be a lot more difficult to coordinate. You'd say, this group of students, our families are friends. We are all in Miss So-and-so's algebra class. We could coordinate time to work on the activities. But the benefit of having the schedule is that I can still account for the amount of time I should be working on a particular subject. I don't know if that makes sense, but a teacher would still have her 5 periods per week. So she'd have all her algebra periods. 3 of them may be synchronous with the students, and then 2 of them, she may assign things for the students to work on, but she is still holding office hours during that time. So if I'm perhaps in a pod with 3 of my friends, and we're all stumbling on question 2, we can actually go into the teacher's virtual office hours and talk to the teacher about that particular problem. So teachers will be working continuously for their 5 periods at the secondary, but students have that opportunity to work both synchronously and asynchronously. Does that address your question?
And Ann, just because I thought that was pretty thorough, but this is a good time to throw some kudos to your colleague, who I think has done an extraordinary job on this whole scheduling issue. This is one of the toughest challenges around a remote learning, even hybrid learning as well. And that's your colleague, David Hills, and what he's been doing with his scheduling committee. And I think that also gets at what Ms. J is talking about. So can you say a few words, or if you want to talk to him, just a few?
Yep, so David's committee has been working diligently to coordinate the amount of time that a student would have assigned to be synchronous versus asynchronous. And they've been working to develop schedule suggestions for schools to help them be able to publish a schedule that is parent-friendly and student-friendly, that everyone can understand. Because we recognize that the more stability and structure in a student's life, the easier it will be at the home and the easier it will be for the teacher to support the student. We don't want to have too much synchronous instruction because it can become somewhat overwhelming for a student, which is why office hours are a nice alternative, because you can still connect with your teacher if you need that additional support. But you have the flexibility to also complete your work in your own time.
So Anne, is the expectation going to be the same across the board? Like if I'm an algebra teacher at City Honors and I'm an algebra teacher at McKinley High School, are they going to have the same expectations, or is this going to be building by building?
So we were looking for consistency, and that's also something that David helped the committee agree on, that you would assign a minimum. So the minimum would be, out of a 5-day week, 5 periods a week, the minimum might be 3 hours of synchronous and then 3 periods of synchronous and 2 periods of asynchronous, for example. But it would vary by grade level, because the younger students might not be able to do as much synchronous instruction consecutively, for example, as an older student. So we want to look at those nuances. What can a pre-kindergarten student do on the screen. So we're also looking at the types of activities a younger student could do that don't involve screen time. So an example that a teacher had shared with me was we're learning the letter T, and we practice it together synchronously. And then I ask students to work independently, do a scavenger hunt in their house and find objects in the house that start with the letter T. So that when we come back together tomorrow, they can each share out the types of things that they found to identify the letter T. So having that balance for some of the younger students is important. So I think it would be nuanced by grade level, but it would try to be as consistent as possible with the amount of time that we're asking for.
So, I mean, again, I guess I'm trying to think as a parent who, you know, may or may not have the kind of flexibility to be able to be home with their children. And if they are, you know, talking to other parents on their street or in their neighborhood, and they have children that are in the same grade, but maybe in a different school or in a physical building, but yet they're basically covering the same topics or the same subjects. Would it be, you know, an alternative or I guess a solution for parents if they're going to put, you know, 5 of their kids together that they're all maybe physically in different buildings, but that they could learn together? Do you understand what I'm asking? Because there is a little bit more people don't have options. They just simply, if I had to go to work right now, I don't know what I would be doing if my children were small.
So they could definitely practice the skills together, but teachers at different buildings might have assigned different particular assignments. So you wouldn't necessarily be able to complete the same assignment, but you'd be reading the same novel if you're all 7th graders, right? So you could definitely have conversations to dissect the text and understand what's happening. You might be writing different essays, but you could support each other with peer reviews and editing for one another. So there's definitely because we have a common curriculum, you have that benefit of being able to work together, but each assignment might be different, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, is there going to be any guidance from the district? I mean, the longer that kids are home, the more the parents, I think, are going to try to find more creative solutions. It's just what's happening in the world right now. And this whole pod thing, I think, has come out of that, you know, trying to find creative solutions. Is there going to be any guidance from the district to help parents to try to figure out how to do these things, or are they just sort of going to be on their own?
We hadn't necessarily discussed pods, but it's something we can talk about. But I think the idea would be that you'd have to have students at the same grade level. They'd all be taking the same subjects at the elementary, so that wouldn't be an issue. And then at secondary, it would depend if you specialized. So if you were taking a specific CTE sequence, it might not match up with what some of your friends are doing per se, but you'd all have the same core English class. You'd all have basically the same core math and science. So there would be some opportunity for that, yes.
And colleagues, one of the reasons we wanted to have teachers report at least 2 to 3 times per week to their school site is that they can figure things like this out. Hope they can look and see, and with the principals having the kind of cross-school conversations that they have in their ongoing meetings, this is something that we could look into, and I think that's where you have to do it. You got to get in school and see how you can make some efficiencies out of this. Just like, for example, with bus routes, instead of doing the typical routes that we're doing, we're looking now at who lives in a particular zip code and trying to get routes associated with a zip code. And the Department of Transportation loved that idea and said that could yield tremendous efficiencies. So it's the same kind of concept. Start thinking outside the box. Start reimagining how we deliver curriculum and instruction on a daily basis, and hear some of these parent group concerns and see where we can be helpful. Now, pods take on a lot of multi-dimensions to them. You know, there's sort of that wealthy, affluent approach where, you know, 7 of us know each other. We want to keep our contacts small and tight. And so as a group of parents with 12 children between us, we're going to actually hire a teacher and hire different teachers for our kids. That's not what I'm talking about. And that's not what I don't think you're talking about that.
No,
But-
that I'm not
but-
talking about that.
Right.
I'm
But the
talking about
other-
parents who are trying to combine their resources. You know, they're
Right.
trying to combine their resources, and maybe they can be home sometimes because of their jobs. But most people that I know, even if they've been working remotely for the most part, you know, there is now an expectation for most people to, you know, have to report to the office or have to be back at least some portion of the time. So it's definitely provides challenges. You know,
Yeah.
daycare and after school care, you have to make a commitment, or at least in the past, you had to make a commitment to how many hours your children were going to be there. And people don't necessarily know that anymore, you know,
That's
and I
right.
don't want to, and they don't want to have to pay money up front for time that they may not have to use. So again, I'm just trying to think of creative ways to help parents who are living in this completely new world to try to you know, I mean, now more than ever, Dr. Cash, you talk about the, you know, the new education bargain. This is the new education bargain. This
No,
is,
I agree.
you know, this is,
This
I'm
is
sorry?
a time where I'm hoping this will be an emerging best practice. This could be an emerging best practice, but we've got to get in and we've got to figure this out, and we've got to pressure test it. We can't figure it out, you know, being away from what this could look like. So I want to stay tuned with that. I want to put that on our priority to-do list, and continue working with parents who have some great suggestions about how we could help them in these pod ideas. So short answer is we'll figure this out, and I think it'll be a best practice going forward. Thank you.
Miss J, if I also could, I think some parents maybe have an impression of what this could be like based on their spring experience. And we've put a lot more structure into place to support students. So I think that they'll be pleasantly surprised and really happy with the work that the teachers will be able to do with the students in that synchronous environment, because it's definitely a much more structured approach this fall.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Makuzi, and then following her would be Board Member Revere.
Hello, everyone. And again, thank you, Dr. Cash and staff. This is great. I think it's really saying to the community that you have been listening. And this is really concise. I do have some questions around and need some specificity, some clarification around what these liaisons are going to look like. At one point, it was mentioned that it might be teacher aides, teacher assistants, and then it just wasn't clarified that that was going to be it. My questions around this are pretty intense. Number one, how are they, when it was actually stated that they would be assigned to families? So how does that work? What's the determination? How do you follow up with, right? If they're teacher aides and teacher assistants, how do we make sure that they're reporting back about each and every family member, and that we're fluid with what's happening, right? Especially when we're looking at, you know, families that might have IEPs, right? When we have the speech and physical and occupational therapies in place. I'm just very curious. And then when you have teacher aides and teacher assistants, knowing that we also have teacher shortages and the whole nine, that we didn't have so many of those to begin with, what is our other avenues to make up for those? Like, so that we don't have one teacher aide or teacher assistant responsible for how many families, right? So are we using our CBOs and our connections and our hundreds? You know, it's been mentioned we have 100 partners, over 100 partners. How are we communicating with them to maybe also be these liaisons? And then if they're providing services in any way, shape, or form, how are we associating them with these specific families? So I guess what I'm saying is, how do we make sure that the families that we're tracking, we're really on top of what they need, right? We all know that that might have been, not might have been, but was a huge concern, you know, how we were communicating. So that right there is one major question. Another one, I'm really kind of big on how we look into physical education and making sure that if we have remote learning, that we're really looking to make sure our students from pre-K on up are getting some sort of physical activity during the day, so they're not just sitting in front of their computers, so, doing this remote learning? Are we doing like some type of circle time where you got them running in place for a minute before each class, or something that just gives them a little bit of energy boost, maybe some, close your eyes and see what type of, make sure they're in the right space mentally and physically to even take on what they're about to take on. I just want to make sure that that's in place. And will the liaisons be making sure that, in case, Jane or John Doe isn't really tracking or isn't really doing well within their regular class day, that there's going to be some sort of, intervention or something for those families?
Sure.
I'm just going to throw them all at you and then I'm going to stop.
Okay. I'm probably going to forget what they are, so you might have to read them back to me at one point.
I have them, man. I have them.
Because they're all right around. They're all right around kind of the same thing, right? Are we? We know that we have to get everything in place and all the programming. And what type of purchasing do we need to do still to have a lot of this remote programming? Like, do we have all the programming that we need remotely for physical education? Do we need to look into? Yeah, are we up to date with all the programming for everything, for music, for everything? Do we have everything in place? What are we, what type of report can we get to say that there's some things we still have to look into so that we're 100%, not now, like 100% before we move into the hybrid model, right? And the only other thing I want to state is, I think it's critical that we utilize these CBOs to also get the word out about how we communicate. We have all of these avenues to communicate, whether it's the, social media or however we've been doing it. People are, the board members are out there doing this. We need to put some deliverables on the folks that we work with and we pay in order to work with our students to make sure that every single one of their bases have all this information and are constantly being checked upon, like every week. Did you reach out to such and such? Did you make sure they had this? Did you make sure your constituents have that? Like, to me, that kind of checklist for everybody would just ensure that everybody's getting the information that they need. Okay, Myra, I'm coming to see you because my son's iPad won't keep a charge. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Jennifer. Are you ready? Are you ready, Jennifer, for the responses?
Yes.
Jennifer, okay.
Okay.
So, colleagues, in that first group of questions was about our liaisons and reaching out to make student contacts, how they'll be utilized, how they'll follow up if some of the needs and services are falling in the gap. So who among you is best prepared for that? I know, Ann, you've been doing a lot, but it seems to me that some of this is in Tanja's wheelhouse. Darren and Nate might be able to help out as well if I didn't quite interpret Jennifer's question perfectly. So anyone who feels they can assist with that whole issue around liaisons to families who have special services needs for their children.
For everybody, but especially special needs.
I got it. Okay.
So that communication mechanism is something that we determined was necessary because it is sometimes overwhelming to know that your student has 6, 7 teachers and you want to stay on top of everything. There's messages coming from the schools, there's district level messages. It can get a little overwhelming. So we wanted to establish one point of contact, but we also did not want to micromanage the schools in assigning that one person. So Cassandra might want to chime in. They've been working with their principals on ways to best designate who the liaison should be.
Hi, this is Cassandra.
Dr. Wright.
Hi. So this role is fluid and it takes on a different look depending upon the spirit of the building. So in some schools, we have principals who have divided their kids into crews. So one adult takes care of 10 kids and make sure that they mentor those children through the school year. In other buildings, they're divided into houses. And you may have matriarchs who are teacher aides and teacher assistants who have been in that building, who have a tight-knit group of kids under their care. So whatever works in a particular building, that's what it will look like. What I do know is that parents, principals, children, they've all been meeting already. I'm really proud of the work that the principals are doing in having their family meetings. They're having small group meetings with parents, small group meetings with children, and the teachers have been coming as well. We are all concerned about each other, and they're figuring it out building by building. I'm not able to give you a one-size-fits-all response to your inquiry, but I can let you know that the principals are very, very concerned and want to become connected and remain connected with their kids, and they're doing everything possible to make sure that that happens.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Jennifer, are you satisfied on that question at this time, or did you have others for that question?
For that, I mean, I'm satisfied at this time, but when schools actually put something in place, I would love to know, you know, just even if it's a overall synopsis of what schools are doing. I think that'd be key for us to be able to connect with community and let them know that these options are available in case they don't know.
Okay.
So yeah, for that question, as of right now, yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. ASLs, did you hear the question in terms of as soon as you have compiled that information, let's report it out to the board. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right. On the second bucket of questions from Ms. Nicosi, I heard something about how do we stand? Like my watch says every 10, 20 minutes, stand, it's time to stand. And of course, I never respond to it. But the kids have to, they have to get up. They have to move. They have to at least have 60 minutes a day of activity and movement. We have in our remote plan a clear part that talks about PE and scheduling of PE. I don't know, Cecily, are you on the call?
Yes, I'm on the call. Dr. K, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you. So,
yes, hello.
and did you have a communication with Cecily? Are you on the same page around PE instruction? Because it's my understanding that we can do PE remotely and intend to do PE remotely.
And teachers could do it in the spring as well. So they have some foundation to understand the best approaches. And we learned a lot from the summer programming because they did offer a course at Middle Early College. So I know Cecily got a lot of important feedback from the staff there that conducted it remotely. So
Yes.
I imagine it would vary by grade level, but I'm sure she can address that.
There you go.
Yes.
Miss
Yes.
Owen.
Yes. Yes, our students will have an opportunity to get up and move every day. Our teachers will have access to videos, ACEs videos, what that means is all children exercise simultaneously. So our children will have an opportunity to also track their activities during the day and submit those results to their teachers. You also mentioned, I think, something about the online resources. We are flushing out all the details to make sure all our licenses and subscriptions are in place to provide online virtual learning. So yes, our students will be moving every day.
In other words, PE teachers, colleagues, are going to have a just as prominent a role as all the other teachers. And I expect a robust series of programming for our young people. We call that movement education in the younger grades, but in the older grades, you know, I expect to be able to do something with the high school and middle school students as well. Is that correct, Ann and Cecily?
Yes, the students get a credit in high school, so they have to take a phys ed course, and as opposed to the biweekly or daily at the primary.
So the high school PE teachers are planning their schedules accordingly.
Yes.
Even in the remote learning environment.
It would be scheduled into a student's schedule just the way a core period would be. So you have English, and you might have phys ed. It depends what quarter or what semester.
But it would be built into their schedules is what I'm asking.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. McCosey, is that adequate for you for now?
It is. I do have, so the PE teachers also are health teachers, correct? So like
Yes,
health
yes.
education, physical education, that will all be tied into that one PE kind of class, right? Where we'll be addressing kind of mental health and things along those lines too, correct?
Yes, the teachers will be
Okay.
expected to start with social emotional learning activities and how to stay safe and precautionary measures and things of that nature. Yes.
Well, and following that whole school, whole community health model, that whole student health model that we have in our schools, we'll be following that curriculum within
Yes,
that. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole child.
Beautiful.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Okay. The third
You're welcome.
question that Ms. McCosey had dealt with programming within the remote learning environment. She was basically saying, well, kids get the same array of robust courses that is offered during so-called regular curriculum and instruction day in the remote learning environment. Art, music, PE, so forth and so on. CTE, if you're a CTE student, will that be offered in the remote learning environment?
So yes, so those are so those are required courses. So we would still be providing music and art and CTE and courses like that. But I think you also asked about materials.
Yeah, I think it's more along the lines of, I know that we were thrown into, you know, what we were thrown into in the beginning, but what type of, you know, are we all set, or did we identified everything we need as far as materials for online purposes that maybe we didn't have to use, you know, when we were in person? Are we all, are we in a good place, I guess is what I'm saying, that we're, for all of the, you know, we know what we need to do in order to graduate and have those requirements, but I'm saying for these, what parents and constituents have been saying, you know, your art, your music, your physical education, things like that, just making sure that, you know, the community hears that we are diligent in making sure we have all our materials and tools that we need.
So in terms of materials, for example, we still purchased our math module books. Those will be distributed at some point in the beginning of the year for students to use at home if we're 100% remote. But we also purchased a computer program that kids can use. So you might use your math module book while you're in class virtually with your teacher, but then during your asynchronous time, she can assign activities through a program we called Zern, which mirrors the lesson you just learned from your teacher, but reinforces it with a little mini lesson that's taped online, and then additional activities to support that learning. So we tried to parallel where we could. We have MobyMax, which is an online program for math and science. We're using that platform for our diagnostic testing in the beginning of the year. We still have Lexia. So we have a number of online programs to support our instruction. And then this year, we also purchased our new social studies program, which is 100% online. So there's a hard copy book that the student, not hard copy, like workbook style, soft copy book the students would get, as well as the online components. So we still continue to order materials that we know students would need, whether they're virtual or in person, they'll still have access to those materials.
And then the fourth question, I believe Ms. McCosey dealt with utilizing and integrating our CBOs to help us communicate some of the issues around social emotional learning and other needs of our students, and just making good use of all of our partners. Say Yes, for example, it would be a good example. Then all of the CBOs. And then I'm reaching out as we speak during these days and weeks to our university partners to try to develop what I call a Buffalo tutorial core or tutor core, where a lot of these undergraduates are going back to college, as Hope mentioned, and some of you have children in college as well. And they'll be doing online learning in many of their courses. I want to recruit them and develop a program where hundreds and hundreds of undergraduates can provide small group, one-on-one support to our students who may be behind, and give them that extra attention, so that we have a whole core of people helping with, especially with those students who've suffered from summer learning loss, COVID learning loss, spring learning loss. Tutors can help them come up to speed rather quickly if we have a very structured curriculum that's side by side with what they're learning in school to help bring up their numeracy and literacy skills or wherever they've fallen behind. So I'm working on that with Dr. Karestas as we speak. And those kinds of ideas, if we hear from you as well, to help bring a community-wide effort to this. It's not just a school issue. This is going to take everybody helping us to get the results that we're after. So thank you for those questions. So answer the one about CBOs. Darren, who do you think would be good to address that issue?
Well, right now we have been working with SAS and our CBOs, but we right now are at a standstill to see what we're going to be providing and contracting with the CBOs in the fall. But it's a good thing we have this as a suggestion because we can access the link when we begin talking with them about what we're asking them to do and expecting of them in the fall.
Yes.
I believe too, it's one of the main things
Can I
is just
grab a plate now?
communicating our website.
Can you bring it to me?
Just communicating the website, just communicating, making
Can you
sure
put
people
soy sauce
refer
on
to
my-
it, things along those lines. So thank you very much. My only other suggestion based on text messages that are coming in is if we can put on our website pretty clearly or keep explaining the difference between homeschooling and remote learning. That seems to be a difficult transition for some folks. Some people are actually pulling their students out of school believing that homeschooling is what we're talking about. I just heard that. And also to decipher, and I think, Anne, this is you, that screens in daycares, there's a narrative that screens are not allowed in daycares for small children. And I just looked it up. It is allowed as long as there's education provided for opportunity, just not during nap time or meal time. If we can make sure that that is something that's out there when we're talking about daycares and we're talking about remote learning. So there was concern around that synchronized learning with no screens allowed or it's illegal. So I just wanted to point out that, it's not the case and it's got to be looked into. And I wanted you to know that folks that's a narrative that's out there. And I'm done now, I swear.
Thank you for that, Ms. McCosey. That was helpful. You're done? You don't require any response to that last part? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Board Member Revere.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your taking the time to go into such detail, and I want to thank my colleagues who have asked questions already because they hit quite a few of mine. I do still have a few. First, I'd like to start off with, you had mentioned when you began talking about remote learning that you would examine our progress after 4 to 6 weeks. What are the criteria or the data points that you're looking for to determine our next steps as a district?
Darren, you've been doing this a lot with the community, and then I'll add a few. So if you could start with what do we be considering after those first few weeks of school?
Absolutely. So what we are considering, our reopening committee and our reopening subcommittees will still be working because we want to develop a plan and a timeline for when we assess after the first weeks of school what a gradual phase-in hybrid model will look like. What groups of students will be returning first? What do we have prepared for those groups of students? And then how will we phase in the next groups of students? So I know there's initial discussion around the special education, self-contained classrooms coming to the building first because they can possibly social distance in their classrooms, followed by the younger students, the pre-K, K and 1, followed by then 2 and 3. So we're going to be developing a progressive phase-in model, phase-in hybrid model after we really see what's happening with the remote learning and we reassess after 4 or 5 weeks.
So let me answer some of your questions from my branding point, Dr. Rivera. It seemed to me there's a number of key indicators that we would need to look at. One is what families and students feel they have adequate learning devices and learning peripherals to be able to participate successfully in remote learning? Do they have a computer device? Do they have internet access? I think that's sort of a base indicator that we've got to get clear about pretty quickly from the start. Number two, what kind of engagement is occurring? I know one of the lessons learned coming out of the spring was, you know, teachers still do need a lot of support and training to understand that teaching remotely is not the same as teaching in a classroom. It's a very much more sophisticated and nuanced, and you have to be all day really ready for the preparation that's involved in following up on students and contacting students, and when you hold your office hours and you teach your lessons and so forth and follow up with assignments, so that students don't get overwhelmed, so students don't feel like they just got a pile of assignments stacking up, but they haven't been able to get in touch with their lead instructor. So those kinds of fluid contacts and interactions we'll be assessing on a regular basis. That's important to me. Staff, what do they need? What are they saying about what's helping and what's hindering them from being successful in the remote learning environment only? And then, of course, our principals, who will be sort of our point guards, if you will, Mr. Hurt. The leaders out there who are going to be running the plays. They're the ones that are going to have to execute school by school by school what this remote learning environment is and how effective it is unfolding for each of their students and families. So we'll be asking principals to give us their feedback around this, and we do meet with them regularly, right, Darren, in a principal advisory group.
We meet with principal advisory on Fridays, and then the associates meet weekly with their principals also, the associates of school leadership.
There you go. So weekly input from them around this. So that will be important. And then following the curriculum, Dr. Rivera, we are unlike a lot of school districts. Some districts you can't find where the curriculum is and what it is. Our curriculum is well posted online, is very clear. And what our expectations are, you know, parents can follow along with that. And that's what we'll be looking at, whether they're getting behind or whether they feel they're on track, and how they're being supported in that curriculum, which is one of the more rigorous curriculums in the country. Outside organizations who study these matters have told us we have not only a really good curriculum in most of our subjects, but it's also one of the more rigorous. So all of those things we'll be tracking so that students don't fall off pace too soon in the year, because once you fall off pace, it gets worse unless you check in frequently and often. So those are some of the indicators I'll be asking staff to track and keeping me informed, and then I can keep you informed.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question with that, because what you're pointing to is equity, and the equity, ensuring that there's equity with students. I was wondering, you indicated that there were a couple places in which, and quite a few data points that you would be looking at to see whether or not students are falling behind. And I'm curious to know, how soon will you start tracking those, and what kind of plan you have in place to identify and mobilize support to those areas? This speaks to some of what Ms. J was talking about as well, in terms of the kinds of struggles that working parents may have. Students may very well get off track, in part because they need some more support.
Absolutely. And you want to talk a little bit about what you and Myra have been working on together? This is certainly a team effort in a lot of these issues. We do that in the so-called regular environment anyway, but I like some of the developments that I've seen in this plan, in our plan. Could you speak to those?
Sure. So, during the first couple weeks of school, we're asking teachers to administer sort of a diagnostic type assessment to get a handle on students' learning from the previous year. So up to algebra and math, and then up through 8th grade in English, they'll be administering some online assessments at the beginning of the year so that they can pinpoint exactly what standards they want to target with students. So there's first a benchmarker from the previous year, and then skills checks throughout the fall, provided through our MobiMax system. And then that program will also automatically assign activities based on a student's placement. And the teacher also has the ability to assign particular activities and lessons based on a student's placement or whatever standard they're working on. We also have Lexia, which is another opportunity for asynchronous instruction. The students take that diagnostic when they first log in, and then they'll be placed appropriately and given activities and lessons to align to their needs. On top of which we also always do RTI. So we'll be administering DIBELS. We're training our coaches to administer it online this year. So we'll have that immediate information in September. And then we administer that again as a benchmark throughout the course of the year, once in the middle of the year, once at the end of the year. And teachers can administer progress assessments for DIBELS as well. We also have STAR Math, which will give us a handle on where students are. It's an adaptive assessment that you take online, and it will tell a teacher which particular math standards a student is struggling with. So a lot of that information will guide teachers' instruction during the course of the year.
Thank you. That's helpful. My second question so you gave me a good sense of the academic side. Now I'm curious about the engagement side. So you mentioned response to intervention, RTI. And one of the things that response to intervention does, right, is it identifies students and then mobilizes supports. Can you give us a sense of what that might look like if a student becomes disengaged and how early they'll be looking at it?
Thank you.
So at the beginning of the year, we recognized that we couldn't approach instruction the same way that we always do, right? You can't start the first day this year, open up your textbook and do problem one. So a committee comprised of a number of different members who are on this call. So Dr. Morell, Mrs. Nasher, Dr. Wright, Ms. Wilson, a number of people have come together, Dr. Williams, to create activities and lessons and guidance for teachers to use with students at the beginning of the year to address social emotional concerns, to address COVID and hygiene and the types of things they may need to understand to be successful throughout the school year. So they've provided a number of lessons and opportunities for teachers to use in the beginning, and then they'll embed that type of activity throughout the course of the year, because we recognize that we may need to then tap into our counselors, tap into our SST teams to really provide additional supports. Meanwhile, that liaison that we identified at the school level will also be in contact with the family. So if they need additional support outside of the school system, that is something that we can help them connect to. So we want to keep as many touch points with families as we can.
That's good to hear. So parents could expect if their student starts to struggle, they'll have outreach from a liaison, possibly from a student support team, whether or not that student's identified as a student with a disability, and possibly counselors as well.
Yes, we're mobilizing all of our staff. We want to, it's not a normal year. We know that we need to all be on alert to look for signs that maybe a student is struggling. Especially in a remote environment, it can be confusing sometimes. You can't always read the same signals. So we just need to be in contact with kids. We need to be continually reaching out.
I think communication is critical. And speaking of communication, is there a plan in place to give an overview of what parents can expect, like what day one of remote instruction would look like? What kind, who would the sort, sorry, let me back up and say, day one of remote start, what it would look like, who the support people are at their buildings, in other words, a communications kind of plan where they know who's going to be reaching out and in what form. The major thing that I'm hearing from parents right now is that families are concerned that they don't know what they need to know for the school year. In other words, what will be required of them, what they need to get for their students, how they will get it. And that kind of uncertainty creates a great deal of anxiety. I'm a parent in the school system myself, and I have to admit I'm wondering some of the same things. Is there a timeline for that communication, and will that communication come out to individual households?
I'm going to actually turn this one over to Cassandra or one of the ASLs if you can address that.
Aaron, when you're out there and that question comes up, because that's a key, all these are great questions, important questions. Who do you toss that to, and who responds to that question?
I usually do. So on August 25th, we also have a public meeting, and it's entitled Back to School, What to Expect. So we'll be getting some of those things together so we can let parents know what to expect. Our building principals have done a great job also. They have scheduled virtual meetings for their families. I know I saw some of the Facebook posts from principals that have their meetings scheduled, and they're doing their new student orientations also. So what they are going to do is they are going to be able to contact each of the families by one of the various means to let them know what to expect on day one. As I said earlier, they're building schedules right now too, and so those will be given to the students by a method, and then they're able to, at that time, provide additional information to those families too. So before the start of school, that will be going to the families, and the schools are hard working on that now.
Okay, thank you. And then my last two questions are actually interrelated. The first one is a comment on the need to build capacity, because that's a lot of what all of these questions have addressed, is that we need to build our capacity to support families in remote learning. We need to build capacity for childcare, for having technology and access. We need to build capacity in our community to actually engage in this kind of instruction. So the first part is will the reopening committee continue to meet, and is there a plan to talk about how to build those capacities? And the most primary one that I'm thinking about is childcare and after school care. So childcare is out there, but there may not be enough for the number of families who need it. After school care is out there, but there may not be enough for families who need it. And then there's students who age out of that system. So if you have, for instance, a 12-year-old, there's not many options at all. So are there some plans to start trying to build some capacity to support parents?
Yep, and I can answer. Go ahead, Dr. Catherine.
No, I was going to say those are questions that you've been addressing as well, Darren. Very important. Thank you, Darren. Take it from there.
Absolutely. So the reopening committee will continue to work, the reopening committee and the subcommittees, because our work is not done. There'll be a lot of things that once school begins with the full remote learning, or when we transition to a hybrid model, there may be things that come up that we did not expect that the reopening committees, the school-based reopening committees, and the subcommittees may need to address. So that's why we will continue with the meetings, and they will be consistent so that we have a touch point with everyone there at the same time, talking about what they've been experiencing. On top of that, I know Dr. Crestes has already reached out to the Child Care Resource Network, but then there are other resource networks for childcare that he will be working with also. They realize that there will be a large amount of families that need childcare, so they're trying to, as you say, build their capacity. And other organizations are also attempting to build the capacity. Now, as far as after-school programming, that's something that we are still looking into and working on to see what that would look like, especially when we go back to the hybrid model. What will that look like with the ELT programming we have in the district? So we are meeting with Say Yes on Friday, and then we'll be working with our CBOs, because our ELT programming never started in September anyway, well, early September. It was usually later September, beginning of October. So we have a little bit of time for that.
We have time, colleagues, but I want to caution you about the second part under my update, and I'll only be brief about it tonight, but we're going to have in our first finance and ops subcommittee meeting or workshop, we're going to really have to talk about this looming fiscal crisis and how big and critical decisions are going to be we'll be making every month around this. And that ELT program, we're going to have to talk about. That's a $9-10 million cost item. We're going to have to make up quite a bit of money this year, up over $50 million to start. And every time the governor takes 20%, we're going to have to cut accordingly. So that may be one of the things that gets sacrificed, at least for this year, maybe another year or two. But we'll have to have that discussion. I won't do it without your discussion, a discussion with you. But we're not going to be able to do everything that we've always done in the past, because we won't be able to afford it.
I'm glad you brought that up, Dr. Cash, because that leads directly to my last question, which is that with this proposed remote learning schedule, school building and facilities will be utilized at least 10% less than normal. Can we expect a similar size reduction in some of our costs and contracts? And second, can we look at negotiating some of the consultant, vendor, and contractor costs to be rebudgeted or reduced by that 10% since we're not in buildings and we may not be using it?
Why are you saying 10%? Did you mean 20%?
Well, I'm thinking after 1 month out of a 10-month instruction period. That's why.
Well, it's actually a lot more than that. But I understand the spirit of
You
your question.
understand the gist of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand the spirit of your question. So the short answer is yes. I mean, we're going to have to look at cost efficiencies, cost cuts, try to do them intelligently while still, putting an emphasis on giving children the service and the support they need. And it's a very difficult conundrum that we're in. They actually need more to make up ground during the COVID pandemic than what then is happening on the left hand. We need more resources. You all know that in the main. But on the right hand, our resources are being cut every year. Every month now. As our cities, the Buffalo, Rochester, and Syracuse are among the most imperiled cities in the country, in the whole country, as far as the drastic cuts that are coming and what the impact is going to be to those cities. And of course, we're hand in hand integral with the fate of our city and in our school district. These are very, very serious conversations. They're to be had up ahead, but I can't, that when you ask your questions, I may not be able to give you a definitive answer tonight until we understand what the impact of that of all of that is. But I still make a note of your question.
Okay. Part of my question is because we do have a couple items that have lease and other pieces in our board packet tonight. Should we look at tabling any of them?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
All right. Could I do something, President Cotman, to clear up something that Jennifer McCosey asked that I think is important, and I don't want to forget about it and then not answer the parents. She brought up, is that okay, Ms. Cotman?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay. I think the question was, some parents are confused or think that if they homeschool their child, that they don't have to register for remote learning, and vice versa. If they're on remote learning, it's the same as being in homeschool. That is not accurate. So, Darren, who would answer that question best among our staff? Clear up the two. Darren.
Right. Either Tanja could answer that, or I am able to answer it if Tanja's able to answer.
Yes,
Thank you, Tanja.
Okay,
Sure.
Dr. Williams.
Sure. So when parents make the decision to homeschool their children, that means that they, for all intents and purposes, de-enroll them as a Buffalo Public School student. And they then identify whatever curriculum they approve as the parent to implement with their child. We have no say-so over that, but there are some steps that parents have to adhere to in order to homeschool. They have to send us an individualized plan to share with us how they plan to educate, but we don't approve or disapprove any of that. So that's homeschooling. Remote learning means that the students are still considered as Buffalo Public School students, and they're still receiving their instruction from Buffalo Public School teachers.
And they have to be enrolled, though, right? Officially enrolled.
They have
in
to be
the Buffalo
officially
Public
enrolled.
School. So can you say
Correct.
something about what did they have to do to get enrolled?
So right now, we're in the process of enrolling and registering new students, upwards of close to 2,000. And there is an application packet that has to be completed. There are specific documents that parents have to accompany the application to prove parental guardianship, birth of the child, age of the child, and those kinds of things. And we're able to do that remotely. We put a system in place so that we're able to do it in a way that keeps our family safe and it keeps our staff safe.
Okay. Ms. McCosey, did that answer the distinguishing features between the two? I mean, I just wonder if what you're getting back, do you think that will be helpful to our listening audience?
I think that's very helpful. And again, I just, it's just the concern of many folks coming at us and saying that they're pulling their kids because they're thinking it's homeschool. Wow, that car is very loud. That's a car, people, sorry. But, so just having that distinction and maybe some bullets on all of our, correspondence, it's actually a bigger conversation that I've had to have more often than not when it comes to this reopening in general. I don't know, I'm quite sure the other board members feel the same around this, but thank you for clarifying. That was wonderful. And again, if we can just bullet point that, that would be great.
You're welcome.
Dr. Williams, make that a special note. We really want to amplify that difference on an ongoing basis through our communications vehicles, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, President Comment. Return it to you now.
Okay, so Dr. Revere, your questions have been answered, right? We're moving forward. We have two other board members who have not raised their hands, Dr. Kep Evans-Brown and Paulette Woods. Do you have any questions or concerns?
My hand has been up.
Raised.
Okay, so
It's been up for a while.
Well, I didn't see it. Go ahead, Paulette, and then Dr. Evans, you can Brown, you can finish. You can go next after her.
Well, first I want to thank Dr. Cash and the staff for all of the remote meetings they've had, twice a day. They've been answering a lot of questions for the parents, and you're doing a tremendous job. To my colleagues, you've asked an awful lot of good questions about equity and targeting the students who have fallen behind. Those are a lot of concerns that my parents have raised. But I only have one question that I need a lot of clarity on, and I think the parents want a lot of clarity on, and the teachers want a lot of clarity on. And that is the cleanliness of the buildings and the safety buildings. The parents are saying they're not sending their children back until they feel it's safe. And the teachers are saying not willing to come back until they feel it's safe. And a lot of the safety that will get our students back into the building and have our parents be comfortable and bring our teachers back, it has to do with getting the information to them about the cleanliness of the building, how we're going to clean it, how frequently, what areas are going to be cleaned. They need specifics on something that says, okay, we're not having classes on Wednesday, and this is the routine that's going to be going on. They want to know that if there's 3 teachers teaching in a classroom, the teachers leave, are you going to be cleaning after they left? Some of the principals are asking, what about the schools? What about the schools who don't have cleaning teams in them? Like Da Vinci doesn't have a staff there. They don't have a custodial team. So how are they going to receive the cleaning services? Want to get back to the critical method where children get to socialize. My parents are saying the children are missing their students. They need and they want to come back into the schools, but they will not send them back until we can communicate to them and the knobs are being cleaned or they can just feel safe. So I want to know how we're going to give the answers to that to these parents and communicate it that it's okay. I have said to some of my parents that I have 17 schools and I will go in those schools first and observe the cleaning myself so that I know it's safe and I'm walking in there first and I can say to you, yes, it's going, and the doorknobs and the air conditioning, this is happening, and I will come back and monitor that so that my community feels safe, because that's the only way we're going to get back to a hybrid learning, which is crucial for these students. So that's my question. That's the biggest question I have.
So thank you for that question, Ms. Wood. That's the top of the order question for all of us. I'm going to start, and then I'm going to let Jim and Darren and a few others respond. One of the things we did first, Ms. Woods, is we looked at this building we're in right now. You see President Cox sitting there. You see Board Member Scott, Board Member Petrucci. I think General Counsel Kuzma was there earlier. I'm here in this building in my office, and we really worked. It took us 6 weeks, 6 hard weeks of pounding on everybody to say, look, this is one of the oldest, most historical buildings in the country, maybe even the world. It's beautiful, it's iconic, but quite frankly, it's not very clean. At least it wasn't very clean, colleagues. You can take that how you want, but I wasn't gonna come here until we really, really worked out some protocols that made sure that this thing was in tip-top cleaning order, that people were wearing masks when they were out and about in the building, that we put up all of the plexiglass that we needed. We had all of the hospital level cleaning materials. We had signage. We had temperature reading. We had the elevators, not piled on like they often are at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, with no more than 4. And that's too much for me. I only want 1. If there's other people on it, I say you go ahead. So we're all of the same mindset about what it takes, and I want us all to be critics. We're not the end all to be all of what that looks like for everybody, and so I'm gonna be doing what you're doing. I didn't come in here until that was perfect. And all of these high touch areas are wiped down every morning, and then several more times during the day where I live and work. My staff is very respectful about it. They don't just come walking back here. They come back here with masks, and then it allows me to put my mask on. Okay? So we have to pound all of that and work all of that out. That's why we need to report to the schools, and we need to get a small group in and then larger groups of staff so that they can make their determination about that, and they can give us further suggestions. And then we'll bring our Dr. Quo and our HAC in, and then you can come in. But we intend to have it the way we described it in the plan. That's my intention. And Jim, I know you and your team have been working night and day. We just met with them this morning to try to get this to the level that it's satisfactory to everybody. But until we all talk about it, until we all work on it, and Will goes every day out to our 12 non-school sites. There are 12 sites. That's why we're asking you to approve that item tonight. It's on a resolution, I believe. It was tabled last time, but that needs to get approved tonight as well. And that's the level of standard that we're going to expect for all of our school sites. And we work with all our unions on this that are down here every day, and we're starting to come in now, and gradually, and more of us. So this is the process. This is how we do it. And I don't have an answer. I can't reduce the risk to 0. I can tell you that. This is a very, very tricky disease. We're learning something about it every day, about how it's transmitted, about what works and what doesn't work. Temperature readings was a big thing a week ago. Now we're having some second thoughts. So all we will do is our very, very best, and then you can continue to critique us as we roll this out in the future. That's my answer. Now, Darren and Jim, did you have anything to add to Mrs. Wood's question?
Thank you, Dr. Cash. We spent quite a bit of time today working with Mr. Kirker and our school engineers.
Somebody's pouring water. There's something going on. Okay.
Okay, can you hear me? So we spent quite a bit of time today with our school engineers, with Mr. Barry Kirker, who directs them. No one is more concerned about safety and has been working harder than our building engineers. They've been in our building since we closed down with their custodial staff, cleaning and learning new procedures and using new types of cleaning supplies and all of these things. We're extremely concerned about that. We consider our central office reopening as somewhat of a dress rehearsal to see what we can do better. How can we fix things that didn't work properly? It is something that we're working on tirelessly, and additionally working with building principals and associates and everybody else, HVAC, air filtration through Mr. Kirker, who is something of an expert on that. It is at the forefront of everything we do, and we know that all of the work of all of our colleagues goes nowhere unless these buildings are clean and safe. Number one priority.
That's right. Well stated, Jim. Thank you. Ms. Woods, any other response or any other part of your question that we could answer for you tonight?
The other question that the parents are asking for clarification and more details on is the collaboration with the health department. Testing. Hate to sound like Como, but no, it's somebody who's going to do the testing, and what happens if somebody tests positive. They really want more information on, does the school get closed down or quarantine, the isolation? That's the other biggest fear that we need to address, and they want to hear about if we're going to move to a hybrid model, which is what they want.
So colleagues, we have up on the home page of our website right now, up top, the top row, you have the working draft of the whole plan that we released on July 31st. Then next to that, you have the remote learning only proposal and plan. And then next to that, you have a short document that's called Health and Safety. And in that document, it's only about 8 pages. There's 2 really helpful flow charts that the Department of Health, Erie County Department of Health, has prepared for us in clear, succinct form. I thought it was very helpful. That basically says what happens if you test positive and it's a yes. What happens if you test and the results are a no, a negative? And then you follow that flow chart down, tells you exactly what we do and what we have to do. Right on to school closure, which is a decision that they say is made by the superintendent. But I certainly will consult with the health department first around those issues. But refer your parents to those flow charts. Elena, we can pull those. We can make those flow charts available to anyone, anywhere. If you want them and you want to share them with your parents, we'll send it to you directly, and then you can email them out or put them on social media, what have you. But that answers all of those kinds of questions, both about testing and about contact tracing, both of which are responsibilities of the Department of Health.
Thank you, Dr. Cash.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. My apologies that I did not see your hand, Board Member Woods. And Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, do you have any questions or concerns?
Yes, good evening, colleagues. Dr. Cash, Dr. Brown Hall, for doing a wonderful job in spearheading the reopening committee. You're welcome. I have attended some of the committee meetings, reopening meetings, and there still continue to be a lot of uncertainties. with this virus. This virus is real, and whatever model we use, we have to use caution. I like the idea of the pressure test about Dr. Cash that we're talking about now, 100% remote, initially for about 5 to 6 weeks, because parents need to know what they're doing. I mean, they have to work. I know a couple of my friends' kids have quit jobs because they want to be able to help their students with remote learning. They don't have the options of having childcare part-time. Teachers also want to know doing and what that looks like. Some of the questions that I had wanted answered were answered. And Ann hit it on the nail in terms of grading, engagement, and attendance. That process will look like, because this spring we had a number of students that fell through the cracks. We have an opportunity now to really get that right in terms of training parents, students, and teachers. The question I have is, when we talk about phasing in a hybrid model in roughly 5 to 6 weeks, reality is that the experts, Dr. Fauci and others from CDC, are saying that there will be a second in the fall. So my question is, since to conduct 100% remote throughout this year and then begin a hybrid model next year come January? That's my question.
Well, certainly we don't have all the answers, and ultimately safety is everyone's number one priority. Safety of your children, safety of yourself, safety of your family members. That will always be your absolute number one responsibility as a parent, as a staff member, board member, all of us. That's number one. And I frankly have more questions than answers about this disease. We're in a country that leads the whole world in infection rates and in the deaths of people from the disease right now. And we have not, by any stretch of the imagination, brought it under control as a country. While I'm encouraged by the data here in New York State and in Erie County, I remember what it was back in February and March. And if we do have a recurrence, I think we ought to be very humble about talking about leading the country and controlling COVID and so forth. This disease has proven that it's in control. We're not in control. And we won't be in control, especially we won't be in control if we don't, every single one of us, follow the basic rule of masks and social distancing, and then keeping our contacts small. A small group of people that we are in contact with on a regular basis. I can count on this hand the number of people I'm in contact with on a regular basis. So that's the challenge before us. I would rather follow science on this, but I started the meeting with this horrible decision that we have to make. The learning needs, the continuing loss of things that are happening with our children and families. I know that if there's trauma and issues going on inside the household pre-COVID, those have probably become more acute in these last 6 months. And I just worry about our children and what's going on with them. But we have to balance those critical educational, social, emotional needs and learning needs with this monster public health crisis that is not gone away. It is here, and it likely will resurge, as you said. Vaccine is not nearby. Even if you say we got a vaccine, you still have to put it through a whole lot of tests, particularly on humans. So that takes another amount of time before that becomes good to go, so to speak. So we got a lot of things to consider I don't have all the answers. And when I said 5 to 6 weeks, we'd start the hybrid. No, I said we'd look at it again and see where we are at that time, given some of these challenges that we may have with remote, given what the current science is saying, and where we are. So I don't want to mistakenly suggest that when you approve of this plan, or if you approve of the plan, that you're saying in 5 or 6 weeks we'll be going hybrid. That's the optimum of all worlds, and we'll see where we are. But that we may not be ready, even at that time, for reasons outside of our control, to just start going hybrid in 4 to 6 weeks. So that's kind of my response. I thank you for that, at least thinking about that and putting that on the table, because that is on the minds of a lot of people as well, Dr. Evans-Brown. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. Dr. Evans, do you have additional questions? Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask a couple of things quickly, and then one other board member has an additional question. I really want to put out there the question, and maybe you know it and maybe you don't. You know, what are the challenges that we're going to face dealing with the teachers union in regards to full remote at this point? Are they going to be pleased that we're going to a remote model, or what are your findings with them? Because I'm concerned about the conversations that are out there. It appears as if, you know, we have Best Union working with us and trying to assist us, and then we're getting so much pushback in other areas from our other union partner. And so I'm trying to figure out, what are you anticipating so that the parents will know what the conversation is going to be, hopefully, in regards to this full remote? Is it a safety issue? What is the concern? You're going to train them. You're taking time for the first 3 or 4 days of the year to train them how to do remote. What is the anticipation? Because I'm sort of tired of being on the back end of the narrative. I sort of want to be in the front end of it this time. That's how I feel.
Well, that's certainly a good question, and you know, there's some good answers to it. But my father said to let questions like that go to the general counsel. Right? You be quiet on that one, lest you get everybody in trouble. So, General Counsel Kuzma, how would you respond at this time?
Well, I think I'll take it generally and talk about all of our labor unions. You know, everybody, for the most part, has really been waiting for a decision, which will hopefully happen tonight. And then we'll have an answer in terms of the direction that we're going to go. We have scheduled meetings with all of our 10 bargaining units. So far, we've met half of them. We have three or four more meetings scheduled for tomorrow, and then we will be meeting with the Federation on Friday. And of course, we had our all-teacher meeting yesterday to get feedback, and I believe there are, you know, over 1,000 teachers that participated in that meeting. And now we'll be able to take things from the perspective of what we are going to do come September. I think the narrative so far has been, you know, asking a lot of questions and being critical of if we were to open with students coming back to school. We now know that that's likely not to happen. And all of our unions so far have very positively received the plan. They're very positive in terms of us opening remotely. I think that's what all of them have requested so far in terms of who we've met with. And, you know, a lot of them are anxious to get back to work and assist in any way that we can. And what we're encouraging is that we're in this together. We're open-minded, we're flexible, and we're willing to have feedback. You know, our expectation, you know, for our teachers is going to be that they're going to provide instruction to the extent that's required by their collective bargaining agreement. They're required to work a 7-hour and 15-minute day. And we are going to ask that they show up to school buildings to deliver remote instruction for 2 to 3 days per week, so that that instruction can be delivered from their classroom to the students, and that there will be accountability that's involved in that as well. I'm sure we will get a lot of questions from the Federation about that, because we have to be compassionate as well when we deal with these types of things, because we do understand that that teachers and support staff, administrators in the school building have families as well that they need to deal with. And I'm sure that the Federation is going to ask and want to negotiate some changes to what would be a standard workday for teachers to allow for some flexibility on when instruction or work may be performed, because they have their own families to deal with at home. And when they ask those types of questions, of course, we will be open-minded, flexible, and compassionate in having those discussions with them. But I think given that we are opening remotely and that we will be requiring teachers to come in 2 to 3 days a week, I think a lot of the discussions and the concerns will be around, one, how are you going to make sure that the building is clean and safe while teachers are coming into the building? What are your protocols around teaching? And we'll be able to have adequate responses to those types of things. We've been doing the same thing in the central office now for 3 weeks with a high level of success, with all the protocols that Dr. Cash and Dr. Karestas and Jim Weimer have implemented and executed. And so I think we'll be able to adequately respond to those things. And I think there will be a lot of questions around what's a teacher's day going to look like remotely when they're in the school building and when they're at home, remote instruction. And, we're going to listen to the concerns of teachers and be open-minded about and understanding about the fact that our teachers in the main will have their own children at home that they have to deal with, and working with them to develop a schedule that works for the district and works for them. So I hope that answers your question. And now that we will have a decision, it will make it easier for us, I think, to engage and to speak with our bargaining units and our teachers, and things are going to start to come together very nicely. I'm optimistic about it. All of our bargaining units that we've met with so far, like I said, have said we want to work with the district. We're with you on this. We want to do the best we can for our students, from our substitute teachers to our teachers, aides, and assistants. I mean, we met with Joanne Sweat yesterday. She said teacher aides and assistants are ready to get back to work, get back into the school buildings. Of course, it has to be safe, but we're in this to help the kids. We're in this to work. How can we help? And in fact, she provided us with a list of 10 examples of things aides and assistants can do differently in a COVID remote environment to be of assistance to our students and families. So it was a great thing to receive from her and from that union on what they can do to help. And so, I expect that the Federation will come to the table with the very same attitude and demeanor. And what can we do to help? We're here to help. We're part of this. And it will be a solutions-based conversation as opposed to one of criticism and critique.
Thank you. And I agree with you. I believe that they are going to come with that type of attitude. Our teachers are very committed to our students, and I know that they want the best for each child and that they want to get back to work, and they're professionals and they're looking forward to that. Thank you for that. With talking about what expect.
Just for all those that listened to our teacher meeting yesterday, that was the vibe that I got when I listened to it, and certainly I think it was a very important dialogue amongst Dr. Brown Hall and our executive team here and the teachers that participated and asked questions. It was and that was the vibe I felt. We're all in this together. How can we help? How can we do this safely? And those conversations will certainly continue.
Okay, so with that said, as a parent, I would think that one of the questions that we have not addressed today is what would it look like when a teacher is not available? What does what happens if a teacher is going to be absent from that day? What are
been working
in front of a screen and there are no adults there to address that. How are we addressing that?
We have spoken, certainly been talking with our substitute teachers union. And I don't want to reveal too much, but they understand that because we're still talking through protocols and how we're going to do this. But we expect to have a contingent of subs at each building that's ready, trained to fill in on a building by building basis and make sure that each building has an adequate number of substitute teachers available to utilize. And they, our substitute teachers, once again, they're ready, saying we're ready to do whatever it takes. We understand it's a different environment. We're prepared to help. And we've had productive conversations with them to ensure that each building will have a requisite number of subs in the event of a teacher absence. And in addition to that, our teacher assistants, teacher aides will also receive the same type of training that our teachers, our substitute teachers are going to receive on the delivery of remote instruction, both synchronous and asynchronous, as well as all of the safety protocols. So we're gonna be relying heavily on our teacher aides and assistants to be doing their part during this thing in the event that there is an absence of a teacher as well. So I think between those two groups, I think we'll be able, in the event that we have a teacher absent for the day, that we'll be able to chip in and do an excellent job during the course of that day.
Okay, thank you. So we have done surveys for our community, our parents, and I would like to recommend that we do a survey involving our children, to create one where our students tell us what we need to know, whether it's done once the remote learning starts or however we address it. But I really would like to have a survey provided to the board from the mouths of our children. Okay, I think our children have opinions. They are very intelligent, and they are certainly capable of asking and coming up with some ideas. The reason that I'm recommending that is that you talked, Dr. Cash, about reinventing education, recreating it, doing the best practices. One of the things that I found out recently is that one teacher decided to start having his classes in the evening, and he had 100% participation. Okay, it was a high school teacher trying to do something to reinvent these children not showing up at 10 o'clock in the morning. When he moved to an afternoon schedule, later afternoon, the children came and they enjoyed it. Okay, so what I'm looking forward for a future committee, our next committee meeting, is for us to, the board to be presented with ideas about the reinvention of what education is going to look like. So I don't know if we use our student leaders to provide us with that or whatever, but I really feel that we are in need of a survey involving our students. And while we're on the topic of surveys, many of us are curious to know what the survey looked like, the results were that came back from our most recent survey. What percentage of parents responded? What percentage of teachers responded? What were their responses that led us to this? I think it's important that that information is shared because it was a survey that we had. I must have hit a hot spot. I got 3 board members that hit me right there, right at one time. Okay, so I think our board members want to know what the feedback was with that, as well as our listening audience. Okay, you have it in your hand, Dr. Cash?
Yes. But I wanted you to finish your question first. Go ahead with your question.
Okay, well, that's my question as far as the survey is concerned. And then my final 2 things that I'm concerned about is how will behavior be addressed, and how is the code of conduct being reinvented during the time of remote learning. I am concerned about our children and their and participation in the remote session, and I think our children have been traumatized. And you had talked earlier about making sure that we provide, that our children are given, our staff are given tools to assist our children in the issues associated with dealing with trauma. I want to make sure that our code of conduct is reflective of that as well.
Okay, excellent. So I have your first two questions, President Cotman, I believe we addressed, right? The conversations with BTF and the teacher absence issue. I thought General Counsel Kuzma addressed those. On that leaves the student survey and student feedback, and then the behaviors and code of conduct. Okay, let me say something about the student survey, because certainly the idea is very good. I like it, and I think it should be ongoing. I don't think it's sort of a point in time survey. It should be ongoing feedback that we get from students. And I'd like to commend Dr. Cassandra Wright, because she has been excellent at taking the lead of meeting with students. And she's had 3 meetings with students, she and other of her colleagues. And one of the things that they said is that they worry that the teachers would be more focused on COVID-19 than on educating them. I think that's powerful, coming back from those focus groups with students. And they want assurance that that won't be the case. They want the teachers' full attention. They said some teachers were not always responsive during the spring shutdown, and that some would pile on work with very little communication and contact. They would like teachers to work with them just as hard during the remote environment as they did during the regular school environment. And they had other feedback also, but these are some of the main re-emerging themes that were coming back. And certainly we would concur with that. They were also concerned about cleanliness and safety, maybe more than you would imagine. They said, look, we want to bring our own cleaning materials and our own supplies. We're going to make sure that we're clean and our area is clean, and we're going to do it every day, every minute of the day. And so they wanted to bring that, their own masks, their own, they were very detailed about how they wanted their workspace and their spaces clean. So they have the same concerns about that as the adult mentors and educators do. So I think we don't want to underestimate students on that. Now, as far as another idea that Dr. Wright has been leading for us is she said that the principals, is to your point, President Cobb, the principals are very excited and willing to come to future board meetings or future board work sessions and bring their students. Bring their students, not all, obviously, but some of their students, and have a conversation and update with you about here's what's helping, here's what they like, and here's what's hindering their education and their development in their minds. So those are very real kinds of conversations that I think we should schedule in to your meetings.
And I promised them that we would, Dr. Cash. I promised those young people we would.
Right, but it's, you know, it's something we have to figure out and get it done. But that's important. And then in terms of surveys, that's easy enough to do. Darren, I don't know. I thought we maybe had started some of that, but what do you think about that, Darren? Those of you who have been developing the surveys for teachers, I'm sorry, for parents.
Right, for parents.
How would that happen with students? Could we do it?
Same way, absolutely, same way.
Same way. All right. So I think that should be done, and let's start that. Let's begin that. Let's look at it, make it age appropriate, and start getting those surveys out now would be great. And then last, I would say, Mrs. Cotman, that the behaviors and the code of conduct we've talked about before. I'm going to let Dr. Williams talk more about it. But we've said from the start that we want to err on, look, let's be real. When we start an in-person environment, and even when we start the remote environment, kids are going to be all over the place. They're going to be all over the place, and they're going to be in a lot of issues. They're going to want to talk. They're going to want their voice heard. They're going to want to have some conversations and be able to talk about their experiences in these last 6 months. That's why turning to page 57 and just starting on day one, that's not a good idea. You know, we need a moment or two with our students just talking about what's going on in your life. What are you afraid of? What are you worried about? What has been hurtful and harmful? And what can we do? What can we do to help? So those kind of dialogues with students are going to be prime. Social emotional learning and trauma attention to our students is going to be as important as academic learning and working to try to catch up their academic learning. It's going to be just as important. In fact, I would argue it's going to be more important at the start. It's going to be more important at the start. And then throughout the year, we're going to have to make it a side-by-side issue, not one or the other. It's a both and, as we often say. And so social and emotional learning, and that's why all these trainings are important. It's not just how to get on the computer and do remote learning, but how to gauge where your student is when you say good morning in the morning, just like you so expertly do. Our teachers and staff are expert in the regular environment, and they know right away when Paulette comes in that door, this is going to be a good day, or I gotta talk to Paulette. You see, so that is what's going to happen now, and we're going to have to put a lot of that effort on the front end around these behaviors. And I've already directed staff not to be in an overly reactive or in a punitive only mode. We've got to be in a very de-escalation, help, conversation, talking through the issue mode. And if you can't do that because it was too personal or too direct, then get help to do it, because that's where all of our support staff come in. They may be able to do that with a student better than you would at the time. So that's what we're talking about, erring on that. I do think we need to take a fresh look at the code of conduct and maybe bring you something a little bit different than what it is for the year ahead. And I know Tanja and her team have been thinking about that. So Tanja, I want to let you respond to President Kottman around this issue of behaviors and code of conduct.
Sure. So we just about a week ago began meeting in focus groups with some of our building leaders and parents and community partners surrounding the code of conduct, and making sure that, because we are in a space in our country where there is social unrest in addition to the pandemic. And so we know that the timing is probably right to start looking at, you know, the narrative that the current code that we have presents. And so rather than talking a lot about progressive levels of discipline, talking more about progressive levels of support. We know that language matters, and we are embracing restorative practice methodologies and trauma-informed care trainings. Dr. Cash was very clear that during this pandemic, that wherever possible, when there were disciplinary infractions, and there were students that were doing things cyberly, you know, but that wherever possible, there would be no further trauma. There'd be no further suspending of students during this time. And I'm proud to say that during this time, we have not had one suspension, although we've had some issues that we've worked through. We've worked with Fred Wagstaff's office. I've worked with Nadia Nashir, Ann Botticelli. I've worked with the ASL, so that we're able to work with parents and try to find workable solutions. And we want to expand that once the school year starts. We want to continue as much as we can with that. So we are taking a look at the code. We do have focus group meetings that we've just begun as we're beginning to peel layers and changing some of the language. And we know that a big piece of it will be providing training, coaching, and support to make sure that it's implemented properly.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So Terrence asked that he could have one more question. Terrence, can it be a brief question because we're approaching we're approaching almost 9 o'clock with everything we've got to do. And
Yes, it
I don't
is.
want to go around again, everybody with questions all over again.
Yes,
Is
it
past
is.
9? Yeah. Oh, I'm looking at the
Okay,
clock up here. Okay.
Yes, thank you, President Belton-Cottman. I know Dr. Tanja Williams did a lot of work on this last year, or when the pandemic started, and Dr. Botticelli just spoke a little bit about the student support team. But I would like to know, I know Dr. Cash probably already thought about this, but maybe developing a task force for students, for our homeless students and our students that are hard to reach. Yeah, a lot of people that fell off that was hard to reach. And I know Dr. Chadriel spoke before at our Educational Support Committee meeting about how hard they've been working and reaching out to these students, 1 and 2 or 3, making contacts with them or their families. But we have students that still, even in public schools and charter schools and across the country, that was hard to reach. And with our homeless kids, and I'm not quite sure what our attendance teachers, our security officers, our the temporary teachers, or even RSOs can become involved with this. It's possibly do some door knocking, reaching out to the children and the families and see what their concerns are, but having a task force to address this throughout the year, because it's going to be a long year. And I think that with other responsibilities that she has, that's something that we can have other resources probably can address. So I just want to hear your opinion on that, Dr. Cash, or administrative staff that might be able to see to it.
Sure, I'd like to handle that. So certainly we've been thinking about this, and if you look in the working draft, I've actually asked staff to amend the working draft. As we said before, it's a fluid document to address those and among other issues that have been brought to our attention. So we've addressed those in the working draft document, the larger one. But we want to work very closely with partners like our CBOs who specialize in this kind of thing. Tommy McGlam, who specializes in your group, Mr. Hurd. There's another group, the Say Yes, who specialize with their family support specialists. And you know what I was especially moved by was the spirit of one of our parent groups. It's called MVP, Most Valuable Parents. And they have a very large following. And the leader of that parent organization, Neil Dobbins, offered to me directly, came up to see me, offered to me directly that we will go door to door, Doc. You just let us know how you want to help us to help children and families. We'll go door to door, whether it's homelessness, whether it's hard to contact children that we have a list of. We have a list of those children who we had difficulty contacting for a lot of reasons. It's not just one reason that some families fell off of our radar. But they will go, if he said, if you give us a list, we will deploy our several thousand members, particularly on the east side, because that's where that group is really focused. And we will go door to door. So we have that at the front of our thinking, Mr. Hurd. Homelessness, I'd like you to say something about, Tanja, and then I feel like we've addressed Mr. Hurd's question here, which we have had lots of conversations about.
Yes, we sure have. I mean, it is a population, when we talk about really servicing families and children who are in the most need, that grouping of individuals experiencing temporary homelessness certainly meet that bill. So we're looking at, again, we're going to be meeting with our community partners, along with parent groups like MVP. Mr. Neil Dobbins has also reached out to me to say, we stand ready to help. And when we meet at the end of the month, it won't be so much us presenting to them as it is us all collaborating and brainstorming on how we can best leverage the expertise that all of these groups bring. They bring a certain capital, They bring a certain expertise and diversity. And so we want to be able to leverage what they have to bring to support our most needy populations. So that meeting will be happening at the end of this month.
Okay. Thank you. I spoke with Neil Dobbins myself about the exact same topic, and he expressed his concerns. And his heart goes out to the children and families that's affected, with the homelessness and different mental illnesses that's going on through the families. But I'm not quite sure what our attendance officers and security officers will be doing during this time period, during the remote learning phase of our education.
Everybody gonna be, we still are gonna serve meals, not only out of the 28 centers that we've been serving them, colleagues, we're gonna open up all the schools. We're gonna open up all the schools, even during the remote period, and start serving meals out of every school. And start to have opportunities for parents to come and get computers, to get questions answered, to have their concerns. We'll have a little booth, a little station where they, it's like an ombudsman at these schools where you can have questions answered relative to your school. So yeah, we're gonna open up all the schools effective immediately, the week of school opening, and still have services out of those schools. And in that way, attendance teachers, security, food service workers, all of our employee groups will have plenty to do. There's plenty to do, even in the remote environment, to help our children and families. We call it not only whole child anymore, we say whole family support, whole family support. And in this model, we go to the families. We go to, if you let us know who they are, we go to them. And we'll continue that model of support and service as we go through this year. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Cash.
So thank you.
President Copman, what we have almost 4,552 completed surveys. And within that group, 70% identified as a parent or guardian. And then of that, 64% wanted the fully remote, the remote only, 64% of our parents. 22% or 718 wanted the hybrid, and then 14%, 435 individuals wanted the fully in person. So 64, 22, and 14% among the three major options. So that, and I know it's not perfect science,
right,
but you probably could infer out, if you even had 80% participation rate, it probably would fall still in a majority of parents at this time that would likely choose remote to start. And so that's the data that I just pulled off at 2 p.m. this afternoon. And thank you for that question. Dr. Erica Boyce and her team done a great job analyzing all of this data. They don't not only have that, they have all of the responses and comments and put those into buckets and themes like you saw in the appendices there in the working draft. So thank you for those questions, President Cotton.
And I want to thank your staff for their participation as well. And thank you, Dr. Cash, for the work that you're doing. We appreciate it as a board that for those that were critical to say that things are not being placed in order, obviously a lot of work has been done. And in a district such as this, it's so easy to compare us to the smaller districts, okay? But we have upwards of almost 34,000 children that we are responsible for. And I dare anyone to challenge the fact that we are not doing everything we can to make sure that we do put children first as far as safety is concerned, and making sure that we get an education for our children as well as protect our staff and our families, because that's the bottom line. Okay, what we do in the schools will determine what happens in the community. And, you know, some of us are at that age group that we don't necessarily want to see COVID come their way. But with that said, Mr. Petrucci, you asked me to, you said you had something you'd like to discuss.
Thank you, Madam President. At this point, I would like to make a motion to the board that we take item number 26B out of order. I know that we have many people in the audience that have been watching us live, particularly for this one specific item. So I so move.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Mr. Kuzman, making sure that we're following proper procedure. A board member has requested that we move an item up to the top of the agenda. Board members, I need, does anyone have an opinion on that or discussion? If no, are you in agreement with it? Anyone that's opposed to it? No one is opposed to it. So Mr. Kuzman, are we in order to move forward on this item?
Yeah, so it's been, when you asked the board, you were asking whether they were opposed to moving it, and nobody's
Right.
opposed to it. Okay.
No one is
so,
opposed to moving it.
yeah, with the consent of the board, then 26B is on the table.
Okay, I think we've spent the last 4 hours discussing it. I don't believe there's any more additional discussion, is it? So I think we'd like to move to a roll call vote, Mr. Kuzman.
Okay. 6B. How do you vote, Dr. Evans-Brown?
Okay, my button got stuck, but it's unstuck now. Voting on?
You are voting on the reopening plan.
Yeah, it's
At
BPS.
this point.
It's the remote.
Fully remote.
Recommendation.
Fully 100% remote?
Yes, we're the recommended plan
To begin.
to begin.
It's a yes, no contest. Hear me?
Mr. Hurd?
I gladly support this motion, and yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Moser?
Yes.
Mr. Petrucci?
No exceptions, or yes, sorry, wrong
Thank
part.
you. Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
President Belton Cotman?
Yes.
Okay, the 26B passes unanimously. Thank you, board.
Thank you. And thank you, Attorney Kuzman. Moving forward, let's move forward and continue with our consent agenda.
President Common,
Yes.
could I make
Yes.
a quick proposal at this
Yes.
time?
Yes, sir.
I would like to propose, colleagues, that we have a press conference to invite all of the media tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp. We've looked at all of our calendars. We have meetings all day with more, of our groups. And so Darren has informed me that the best time is either 9 a.m. tomorrow or late in the afternoon, around 3 o'clock. My concern is if it's late, it'll be a little bit old news. If we hit it early and we do it all together and invite our parent groups, invite the BTF, all the union group leaders, whoever wants to participate in the spirit of unity, we do this tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and Elena can set that up for us. It's a proposal, fairly strong one, because I think it's time to go to our community with this and be together. So I really appreciate your vote tonight. That's a vote of confidence in all the hard work that my staff has been doing, your staff, our staff, and all of the people who participated on these reopening committees and subcommittees. I think we go out now together and do this. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think that's a great idea, and I certainly like the idea of inviting all the press to a press conference. I'm sorry?
Parent groups?
as well as our parent groups. But I particularly like the idea of the press being invited and having the opportunity to ask questions and to move forward. I also would like for us to reach out to our bargaining units to see if they would like to stand in unison with us. Okay?
Yep. Eleanor
Right.
can do that. Colleagues, I want to add a caveat. It'll be about reopening. This reopening plan. That's what it'll
Right.
be about.
That's all it's about, reopening. Board members, do we need to, Attorney Kuzman, do we need to vote on that, or can we just do an agreement? I don't think it's anything that we have to formally move forward.
It's on consent and understanding. If anybody has any feedback, I'm sure that's welcome, but there's no vote necessary.
Okay,
I
all
have a
right, so,
question.
yes.
Can we do this like outside on the steps and not in the building?
That is where
Like,
we're going to do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I just want to make sure we're gonna be outside. You just invited everybody.
We're going to do it outside City Hall on the steps.
You just invited the world, so I'm like, oh God, we're not going to 801.
Okay,
We already
that's a
got the decals are already placed.
So if the board members, certainly we want as many board members who can attend to come as well. And I'm looking forward to moving this, opening up this new chapter as we move forward with our school year. So that's a great idea, Dr. Cash, and the board members are all in agreement with it. Okay, so with that said, we're going to move forward with our consent agenda. I need a motion to accept the previous meetings minutes.
So move.
I have Lou Petrucci and Paulette Woods. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All hands are up. Any opposed? No. Are you opposing, Mr. Hurd, or you?
No.
Okay, all in favor, everyone, no opposed. Okay, thank you, making sure of that. All right, I am wondering if the board will allow us to overlook the committee reports for this meeting. May I have the permission of the board to waive the reporting of the committee's reports due to the lateness of the hour? Is that acceptable? Is there anyone that disagrees with that? Okay, so we're in agreement. Thank you. All right, next item, motion to accept the consent agenda.
So move.
So moved by Lou, second by Dr. Evans. Okay. All right, in regards to the consent agenda, we have item number 11A, International Network of Public Schools contract with Lafayette International, number 207. Mr. Hurd.
Yes, I read through the document, and it stated that for last year that they had results and that they had to meet their objectives. I would just like to know what the results were and what their objectives that they accomplished over at the international network. I believe that for programs like this, and I'm going to take a stand that we start getting feedback from these programs to see what their course of action is, how they work with our students and our schools and our administrators, so that we can understand what's actually going on with the programs and how it's benefited us in the district. So I was just wanted to know from their wording that they had to meet their objectives and get results, and I would like to know what those results were. It can be given to me at another time if you can email it to me so I can read them over.
Would so you're receptive to having that sent via email form to you and the board?
That'll be acceptable, yes.
Okay, all right. So thank you, Mr. Hurd. Okay, so I had a couple more that's not highlighted on this report.
Darren, are you still there?
Of course, Dr. Cash.
That's good to know. You've got that marked about following up with Terrence Hurd on this? I don't know that yet.
International Schools Network, and so we will get that to Mr. Hurd, and we'll send it to the entire board. Absolutely.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, So I have a comment in regards to number 17 IJK. Again, Allstate General Contracting has won the bid, which it's almost as if we have ownership in the company. They're always in our mix. I would like to have a conversation, or the district to have a conversation with Allstate General Contracting. It is amazing that we have students who are painters, who are working in construction, and we have someone who is receiving mega money from this district for mega years. And we have not had a conversation with them about providing an opportunity for our students. They're under, of course, no obligation to do it, but it just does not happen like that in other school districts. Someone who is a major contractor of our district, and I would like for the finance department, Paulette Woods under finance and ops, if you would get the report to show our top contractors, as we normally do once a year. That report is generated. I ran across it not too long ago in doing some filing to find out how much money we are giving to certain vendors, and to look into what options are available for other people to get involved in this. We really need to understand why almost every package, certain names are listed. So that's my comment. And until I can see some reciprocity, I have some concerns about voting yes on this tonight. I just want you guys to know. I know legally they don't have to, but I just feel that if we were in the suburbs, they would be doing more for our students. And I'm sorry I said it. Okay, not politically correct is after 9 o'clock. Okay, I also have down here number 22B, which I have quite a few people who have requested some information on this. I have, I had my records, I had Hurd, Petrucci, Revere, and I had Macuzzi as well as myself. And Larry Scott's hand went up as well. So, Mr. Hurd, do you want to start the conversation in regards to this item?
Yes.
I'm going to end it with Jennifer. Mm-hmm.
I have concerns about 22B. For those who don't know what it is, it's repurposing athletic funds. I'd like to first of all get an explanation of why the athletic funds are looking to be
repurposed.
Yes, repurposed. I was just pulling it back up again. I'm sorry. My first question is, was House asked to look into budget cuts for this department, for the athletic department for our children?
Who?
House. When I read through the document itself, it said that Michael House.
Oh, Michael House.
Yes. And I would like to know, was a question asked to him about cutting athletic programs for children in our community? Or was he asked to do this? Was this something that was asked by the district of him?
Yes. My direction to the athletic department, who inherited a mess in expenditures in that department, was to go through line by line, dollar by dollar, and start to look for efficiencies and look for ways to combine and make more efficient our athletic program and our expenditures, because we need to save money wherever we can and put it into programs that will be to our best advantage for our students. This to me was a recommendation that came forward after studying the trends over the last 3 years, showing the decline in these sports, and made a recommendation. I had heard often from you, Mr. Hurd, through Darren and others, that you were interested in that athletic ad hoc committee that you have, interested in what's called modified sports. I believe that's what I used to understand as intramural sports when I was growing up. if that's the same, if it's not, I would like to know what it does mean. But anyway, in order to do that, colleagues, in the environment that we're headed into, we need to, if you want a new idea, you got to make room for it. We can't add on and add on and add on to our programs in the city or in this district. We cannot. We can't afford it. We're going to have to make tough choices. This is actually the least tough of all the decisions and recommendations that I'm going to be bringing forward to you in the months ahead. So this was one that Michael House and Cecily Owens agreed. I had a meeting with them, and rather than just doing it, I said, let me bring that before the board and have them weigh in on it, and then we'll go from there. So short answer is yes, and I just gave you the explanation of why.
So are we looking for more recommendations like this in the future for other sports and athletic programs to be cut from the district?
If they come up to reassign or realign and make recommendations and propositions, absolutely, where we're wasting money. For example, girls sports, girls swimming is taking place in 2 seasons now. Boys golf is misaligned to where everybody else plays golf. We do it in the fall. Most other teams do it in the spring. I mean, those are just things that are coming up. We have 2 seasons for spring. I'm sorry, for women's swimming, back to back, fall and winter. And the athletic staff didn't understand that. Had a lot of questions about it. We start digging into it. Some very interesting things, not unlike some of the things that Ms. Cotman is concerned about over in Plant. So we can talk about those kinds of things at a student support services meeting. I don't have a problem with that. We can even talk about this in a student support services meeting, but it's that kind of thinking that I wanted to get the board into the mindset of, and we'll provide our data and our explanation, and then you could have a conversation about it, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
We don't have to spend a lot of time tonight on it. We can bring it up at your first available student support services. I don't have a problem with it, but I did want to get out in the public my rationale and what I'm thinking about it.
Okay. I mean, your opinion is very valid. I believe that this should really be moved to the Educational Support Committee meeting, because there's a lot of challenges, that our district face, but there's also a lot of instruments in sports that help guide our children, and give them the mentality, for making good decisions, good decision making, keeping grades up in schools, coming to school and have interest in classwork. You mentioned wasting money. I don't think, for one, that these programs that's been put together for our children is wasting money. I'm more concerned about our advertising it to the children, our looking at children, these programs that they don't even know about that exist in the schools that will benefit from joining these programs, and not just cutting programs. I think that our children are very disproportionately been governed throughout the years here in the Buffalo Public School systems. Our kids are considered to be undervalued. And I believe that these type of programs, if the kids knew about them, the parents knew about them, they would support them. And these programs actually lead to college scholarships. And our intentions are for our children to go to higher education, if it's some form of collegiate opportunities or if it's some form of career and technical opportunity. But these things are very key and very tool for the future of our children, and keeping and maintaining these programs. Now we'll remain strong on that. Also, in your belief of cutting these programs, are the instructors or teachers still getting paid for the coaching services? Has that been decided? Will they still be over the programs for it, or will the program be cut and there'll be no instructor or no type of instruction going on? For the bowling.
No instructor, no payment, none of that.
Have a study been done about maybe, let's just look at the track program, about track programs in districts in Erie County or in the Big Five or across the state of New York?
Yeah, we wouldn't
I mean-
cut the track program. This is the indoor track program.
Right.
And,
It's
and,
the indoor
and that-
track.
yeah.
We have to get ready for that.
And so it's limited. So I don't, like I said, we should present to you the case. We present the case. We presented a little bit in this item. We're going to have a lot of items like this through the year. This is just a relatively small one. They're going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And we should talk about it. But fall sports is coming, and we should get this onto the agenda sooner than later. For example, whether we should have fall sports or not. I'd like to have that conversation sooner than later. To me, it's appropriate, just like we're starting remote learning, it's appropriate that somebody should make the decision that we cancel fall sports for this year at this time, given the condition of the virus in our community. I'm certainly prepared to make that recommendation to you. I wouldn't do it on my own, but I would bring it to you. So those are the kind of conversations that we need to have sooner than later, because a lot of questions are out there around that. And of all the things the governor didn't do was he didn't make that call. And to me, that was one of the earlier calls that he should have made.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the kind of things that are out there. I think we should have a discussion, and just like we did so well tonight, try to reach consensus about it. And so that's all this is a foray into that exercise, because we're going to have a lot of those kinds of issues coming before us as we try to make room for innovative new ideas that we think will help a lot of students. Like I think the modified sports idea would and could, but it can't be additive in a year like we're getting ready to face. We're getting ready. If this 20% cost continues, Mr. Hurd, it'll mean overall annualized against our budget $176 million that we'll have to cut from our budget, because that's how much revenue we will lose this year. And this then carries forward into next year. So $176 million, colleagues, is going to mean cuts in programs. It's going to mean furloughs. It's going to mean layoffs. It's going to mean cuts in personnel, on and on and on. It's just devastating what's coming. So
Dr. Cash, I apologize.
Get a sense of our thinking, and then let's keep talking about it.
Dr. Cash, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to stay on topic here with the two programs that's been
well, that is part of
brought to our attention. But what I would like to do is that because I just received this information as the board, I can't speak for the board, but I just received this information the other day. And I think that we need to have time to sit down and talk about 22B before we make any decision on this. And I'm not prepared at this time to cut out a sport and not getting any statistics about how many kids are actually participating with the sport, how long it's been going on, and what schools are actually been invited to participate in these sports also. I haven't received any of this information, so I'm not really prepared to go on until we can try to sit down at the table and talk about it. I'm going to yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Does any other board member want to speak on this? We have 6 board members that have concerns about this. Is there any other board members that would like to speak? Jennifer, I was going to save you for last. So that's what I was going to do. So Jennifer, I just want to say, and then I'm going to let Jennifer speak on this because I feel she's done a lot of work with the sports in our district. What I'm going to say about this is that, and I wrote it in an email, I'm real serious about this, that this is, it's very important to me to see legacies continue in our district. And I feel that when the track program 3 years ago was set up, it was set up as a pilot program, and it was supposed to be expanded to the entire district, and it never was. I don't know if it might have even been more than 3 years, and it never was. Children were not given the opportunity to participate in sports throughout the entire district, in track, indoor or outdoor. And this is typical of what happens for our children. If our children, there are some children who can run if they can't do anything else, who can excel in that. And I am not prepared for $50,600 to cut off anything that impacts children as far as being physically active and being involved, particularly with the amount of waste that I am seeing going on in this district at this point. So this item either is going to be voted down today, or it's going to be, more than likely it will be voted down, or it's going to be pulled to be discussed at a later time. But the conversation needs to be that it is understood that we are working on doing things in an equitable way. And children from other schools were not even given the opportunity to participate in this sport. You picked 3 criteria schools and allowed them to be the only participants in a school in this district. And this is unfair to children. And I'm very concerned about this mentality that it's okay to X things out. As far as sports is concerned, for $50,000 and the waste that is being going on in this district. So, you know, for the sake of my mind, please don't ever send anything like this before me again, because I'm not going to be civil. I'm not going to be civil the next time. It's unacceptable. This conversation is just unacceptable. And if people who are making these decisions do not understand what the board wants or what the board feels that we need to do, we need to have a conversation about that, what the board expects for our children in our district before you start making decisions.
President Cotman, with all due respect, that's not what this is about. That's a twisted view of what this is about.
That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it.
Well, and I'm going to respond. This is something that is just
twisted. Is telling me what twisted is for Buffalo.
Listen, you said don't ever bring it again. Don't bring anything like this to
No, I said don't bring anything like this without discussing it with the board first. That's what I'm saying. That's what committees are for. That is what working committees are for. You bring stuff before the committee and you find out the opinion of the board before you present it to the board to vote on. And that's the piece that's missing here, Dr. Cash. That's the piece.
You can refer it to the committee. I thought, frankly, this was an easy one. I really did. This was an easy one because I'm going to be bringing you so much more difficult decisions than this.
You're going to save a lot of money if you cancel sports. So this one should be this fall. So this one should be an easy fix.
Hold on. Cecily, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Is Michael House there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay. What was your mindset behind bringing this recommendation to me, which then I asked you to bring it forward in a board item to the board? What was your thinking? High level, basic summary without going into all the facts.
Okay, I'll start. We brought this forward because we're working on reimagining athletics for Buffalo Public Schools. And we looked at some data and we saw that the numbers were decreasing in these sports. And that's why we came forward with the recommendation to try to repurpose some monies into the modified intramural program. Michael?
Yes. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. Cecily said it very well. With the decreasing participation, there were high costs, and so we did a cost analysis. We also took into consideration the conditions of the bowling facility and the internal business that occurs there. We also looked at the inequities of the track. So there's a lot of details and data that we do have that we would be willing to sit down and share with everyone. But the purpose of this was to increase opportunities for our student athletes and coaches by repurposing the funds to increase opportunity at the modified level.
So colleagues, this isn't something to really argue over. If you want to move it to a committee, that's fine. But I'm just trying to say to you that we didn't just randomly bring this to you. We believe in equity as much as anyone here does. And let's move on and let's move forward. I mean, you can speak to it, go ahead. But I'm going to be bringing you stuff like this all year long.
And so my recommendation is that you bring it to the committee first, and let's have a conversation before the appropriate committee, before you bring it to the board. Because maybe your staff and you don't realize how serious people are about bowling in Buffalo, but what I'm being told is that children just have not been given the opportunity with what was going on with the dysfunction in the athletic department, that the whole department suffered. So if you're using data from the past year and a half to sustain your decision, okay, then that's not a fair assessment, because there was too many voids going on in that department. And so I think, Dr. Cash, for me, I'd rather just go ahead and vote the thing rather than move it to a committee, but it's the will of the board, what they want to do. I'd rather send it to vote myself and have it wrapped up than to continue to play games with it. But that's the decision of the board as to what they want to do as far as that's concerned. Anybody else have an opinion? Jennifer, you can, Jennifer, I'd like to hear your comments now. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I did a little bit of my own digging around this, and I was finding out that, again, I believe this is not finger pointing. This is nothing like that. What I believe that these are, both bowling and track, are lifelong activities. It's a little different than being, you know, a football player or a basketball player, because you can take this into anything that you do moving forward. There was a cost analysis done. I respect that. I also, you know, I'm getting feedback from folks that students had to actually be cut from the bowling teams because there's only 8 students allowed per team. The costs were compared to just having 2 referees at a game, as opposed to, you know, the entire season for bowling in general. To the entire board, some of the concerns and some of the statistics that came in. Now, again, these are, you know, folks who are transitioning into the athletic department. I really feel like there might be, considering we have to wait for a state decision. I know we can't just vote on whether or not we don't do sports no more. It's a state decision. And if Section 6 decides, if they decide we're going to play sports, does BPS stay out of it with all the Section 6 stuff going on? I just really think that we need to look into, because we have the time, where the costs are, considering what the sport is, considering you have an immense amount of feedback from many folks around these 2 particular sports. So I think it's more than just a matter of who thinks it might be a good sport or not a good sport. I think some of the data and the analysis can be seen on both sides. I believe it needs to be a discussion, because Dr. Cash, if you're serious about bringing bigger things this way, then maybe we need to look into this. You know, if this is a smaller item to folks, we need to look into even the small items can become big ones. And we need to pay attention to how this is affecting everyone. So I would like to see this tabled and talked about in a session, so that when the bigger items come down the pipeline, we're doing our due diligence to make sure we have everything in place. We have not many. I understand bowling alleys have, you know, bars attached to them. That's not a good look for our students to be, you know, going and practicing in. But I also understand that there's other bowling alleys that maybe haven't stepped up to the plate that we need to reach out to. What's our incentive to get them at the table? Because we do have folks who want to play. Considering hundreds of thousands of dollars that I know that we've looked at and we have issues with, this $50,000 cost, I think we can work on this. So my whole thing is, please give it the due diligence. If we do have this much concern around it, let's look into it. And I would like to table it. If we vote it down, then we don't talk about it, but we need to talk about the little stuff before you bring the big stuff, Dr. Cash.
Okay, you've stated that well, and I would concur with your recommendation.
Madam President?
Item 22B, yes, Mr. Hurd.
I did talk about the bowling program with the other acting representative for the athletic department, and I understand that the bid went out to 3 different bowling alleys in the city of Buffalo, and the bowling alley who gave us the lowest bid, you know, was only utilized for the playoffs portion of the bowling. And I think that if that bowling alley, I believe it was Kearns Bowling Alley on Genesee Street, was utilized. I mean, maybe we could save monies in that way. I think some things need to be looked at if we can use that bowling alley more and not use the other ones that were charging much higher prices, almost double the amount from our conversation. I think that there's other ways we can look to save money, cordially, without, cutting programs or looking to see.
Did you want to say anything?
I mean, I'm just appalled to hear information tonight by saying it was only the opportunity is only recognized for a couple schools in our district, and other kids didn't receive the invitation.
Jennifer McCosey, I've said that. So if you would concur that we take it to committee, there is more to this discussion. And let's just see if we can get to a consensus on what to do. I have no problem with it at all. It's what we should do. I'm hearing from you. I hear you. So let's do it.
If Dr. Cash has pulled the item and the board concurs with that, then it's off the table, and it'll be sent
Thank you.
to the National Support Committee meeting. We move on.
Thank you. Let's see. I think that's everything, unless someone else has something.
Could I have,
I'm
Madam
sorry.
President?
What is it?
I believe I have an item for 26A issue.
26A, I'm sorry. Buffalo Board of Education Committee / appointments and draft. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. So at this time, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Edward Spidell as the Park District Parent Representative to the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, CPAC. This is a recommendation from the CPAC committee, and I concur with it. Mr. Spidell is one of my most active and engaged parents. He volunteers on a variety of different committees and organizations that are involved with his children's education in addition to just CPAC. He is a product of the Buffalo education, as all of his children are as well. I've had a few conversations with Mr. Spidell prior to my putting his name into nomination. I know that occasionally he has rubbed some of my fellow board members the wrong way. He said that he'd be willing to apologize for any of those types of things, but that regardless of the vote, that he's still going to be engaged in these committees and in the district, and that he will be a tireless advocate for not only his children, for all the children of the city of Buffalo.
Okay, what are you looking for? That's it? Okay. And that's under 26A.
Correct.
It's not what's under 26A on my thing. That's not what's 26A on mine.
No, under 26A, those are the committee appointments that you've done, Mrs. Cotman. We just put it in there so the board members have a copy of it. This motion that Mr. Petrucci is doing is separate from that, but it is a motion that he's bringing forward. It's not a part of 26A. They are the ones you're appointing, but this is a separate motion Mr. Petrucci that has, because he has a vacant CPAC seat in the for the Park District.
I thought that was part of this motion there.
Oh, okay. All right, so why don't we, wouldn't proper protocol be, Mr. Kuzman, that we vote the consent agenda and then we add that in at the very end? Okay.
Well, we should vote the consent agenda first. This
Right.
isn't part of the
Thank
consent
you.
agenda, correct, Mr. Petrucci? So we need to vote on the consent agenda, take that off the
I
table.
have 2 items on the consent agenda that you did not address.
Well, you can raise that with the board president. I didn't know you had those questions, but we should clear Mr. Petrucci's issue, save that for unfinished business. If you have remaining questions, Ms. Woods, then I'll turn it over to you and board president Cobb.
What items do you have that's not on this sheet? What are they?
17N, they want to increase the payments to NFTA by $177,841. Did send an email asking our clerk, Dr. Brown, asking him when we save millions of dollars because we are doing a remote learning situation. We are not transporting children. 8 millions, why are you asking me to approve a 17N item increasing NFTA payments? Somebody give me some reason for this. When we start talking about saving money, these are the areas we need to be saving money, and to item 17A. Also object to item 21A, where we are talking about
One
paying
at a time, please. One
$7.5
at a
million.
time, Mrs. Woods. One at a time. Trust me, no one is trying to ignore you. It was not on the sheet. Okay? So just relax. Please answer the question for her for 17N.
Yeah, I'll handle that, Board President Cotman. When we look at our budget for transportation, we look at our fiscal year, which is July 1 through June 30. And so the increase to our agreement expires with the NFTA as of August 31. So we needed to redo a contract with them. And we did it for a year, primarily because since we're all dealing with COVID-19, including them, that we really wanted to look at a year snapshot. And I think when we get back to the table, that we'll do a longer term deal, once hopefully this thing passes within the next year, knock on wood. But NFTA, we had a new agreement 3 years ago. I think it was groundbreaking agreement, quite frankly, in terms of the accessibility that the NFTA has offered to our students. And it's been quite successful. They've also been a great partner with us, contributing to delivering food during the period of the closure. And to Mrs. Wood's point, after the board's vote tonight, it's pretty clear that we're not going to be utilizing the full capacity of the NFTA service, at least for the first month or two of the school year. And so we won't be paying for that service. So in all likelihood, we're not going to actually be spending the money that the board is authorizing tonight. But it's still important that you authorize the contract with them and the increase of 2.25 on the base, of which 87% of that I think is reimbursable. So while it's $177,000, if it were spent, in all reality from the board's pocket, it would be about $20,000 to $25,000.
So I have a question here, because one of the things that happened during COVID is they received subsidy and they were allowing people to ride for free. And so I'm just,
pay them.
I know what you're saying, but I'm saying that they allowed people to ride for free because of, I think, monies that were made available. Are you aware of that? So we're paying for contracts when people were allowed to ride for free.
No, this is a future-looking contract. Anybody in the city of Buffalo or within the NFTA's area could have ridden the bus for free, including our students during the period of closure. We didn't pay the NFTA one dime from the moment we closed until the end of the year, because we weren't using their service. They, in essence, extended that onto us, including the general public. They weren't treating us differently.
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to figure out that we're talking about now the first month, we're talking about possibly going back to hybrid, and now we're talking about paying them extra money this year. I can understand Board Member Wood's concern about this. I really can.
I do. And after the decision.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying this is a formality. We have to enter into the agreement and the contract, but you're not going to spend a dime because I'm going to be monitoring.
Bingo. You got it, Ms. Woods.
Next item, 21A. 1A, and I did send this to you. I don't know if Darren's got it or received it, but it's asking us to authorize $7.5 million to pay utilities to the city of Buffalo. Based upon an allocation and a guess estimate. And my problem with that item is that I don't like items that are estimates. I wanted to know how often is this item, these costs, our gas bills, our water bills, our electric bills, how often does an auditor or somebody review these expenses, match it to things they're billing us for, to see if they're actually even our property, to see if what the costs are
Ms. Woods?
by these costs.
Ms. Woods, and so I
Yes.
know Pritchard attempted to call you this afternoon, but you were on the phone with me when he was attempting to call you. So I believe Jeff is on here, and he can try to answer this one for you.
Just wanted to point out that, and I think Luke can back me up on this, that the city of Buffalo, when it finally audited its own electric costs from National Grid, were being billed for non-existent light posts, they were being billed for all kinds of items. They saved millions when they did an audit. I worked for Erie County for 37 years, and we
Well,
review any
let
allocated
Jeff
expense.
Jeff, answer.
Go ahead.
Mr. Pritchard.
Hi, good evening, board members. This is Jeff Pritchard. So, Paula, I'll probably want to follow up with you with a little more detail. I apologize, I didn't get this question until later on, and it has come up before. Now, we do, so, you know, as you're probably aware, several years ago during the JSCB projects, we actually have a system that was installed that takes and accumulates our utilities for each of our individual schools and actually tracks them. And that's something that the plant department looks at, looks at closely. And similarly, we're looking at those energy performance contracts right now, where we actually can drill down right to the school level for these utilities. So that's essentially one thing. So it's, and we'll have the bills will be spot checked by engineers as well, that the plant department would send the invoices for what it said at each individual school was utilized. The engineers would go and actually compare the meter readings as well. So utilities are monitored, and they're looked at quite frequently. I also look at them from a budgetary perspective. We do bring, and this is really something that I asked the plant department to do a couple of years ago. We do bring a blanket authorization of the utilities just to let the board know, what the volume of these are. And obviously, when you add up gas, electric, water, it's a lot of dollars, because we have as many square feet probably as anyone in terms of all of our buildings and so forth. And that's why it's important for the board to see this. We are also in an energy pool with the city, where by pooling together, we can negotiate better rates. And periodically, the suppliers do change. I think in the last year or so, the provider of electric changed based on bidding. That's also something that we want to look at a little bit deeper. In our next iteration of the 4-year plan, we may want to look and see maybe the city and the school district should combine or look at what other schools are doing, and maybe there's an even better way of looking at this stuff. So it is certainly looked at. We can, I can gather up some information and circle back with the board as well on any other questions there are.
And I want to apologize, Ms. Woods, because your email did get buried, and I did not find it until today. So I do apologize for that, because I just sent it to Jeff not too long ago. So it is absolutely not his fault, but your email did get buried. So I apologize. It wasn't a purposeful oversight, and you know that.
You guys are working so hard. I respect everything you're doing, but what I'm looking and saying, we have a ZEDI committee. I want to look at every major expenditure. Talking about $7.5 million, and make sure that if we're having these reductions and savings, and we're shutting down buildings, if there's leaks that are just running water, I want to save in things that don't affect students. This is the area that we need cost containment and cost reduction.
I agree.
So can I ask a question? Why are we advancing the city money in advance for a whole year? Why wouldn't we do it 6 months at a time, particularly when we're having financial restraints at this point?
We're not advancing the city anything.
It says from 7/20 to 6/30 of 21.
Right. So what this is basically our way of letting the board know what our estimate for the full year is. We pay these invoices monthly, and they're paid usually about a month after it's over. So probably within the last week or two, we just paid the final June bill from last year, and we'll continue to do that going forward. This is really just letting the board know at the start of the year what we expect to pay for the full year.
Okay, and so what did you pay last year in total to the city?
I'd have to. I don't have Munis up right now, so I.
Okay. No, the reason I'm asking is that we have cut our schools down. They've been closed for the past I don't know how many months. Okay, we are going to remote learning where the children are not going to be in the building for at least probably the next 6 weeks. Okay. And I wanted to know if your projections were in alignment with the fact that we're going through a COVID scare. That's all.
Yeah, I can definitely tell you that we expected, and I'm nearly certain that there is a reduction in these costs. And I was really just waiting for the final June bills to be able to report that out. But that was one of the areas, both electric, water, and gas. We did expect, and I'm certain we did achieve savings based on the closure. And I can get more details on that for you. I just don't have.
All right. Because that's how money gets hidden away from children. $1 million here, 500,000 there, or whatever, and we're arguing over $50,600 to let children go bowling. It's crazy for me.
Well, I brought up these two items. That's all I had because both of those need to be looked at.
So can you bring that over to your committee, Paulette?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you. All right. So if all minds are settled, can we move forward with voting on this consent agenda? Mr. Kuzma, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, on the consent agenda, Board President Kopman, how do you vote, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown?
Options.
No exceptions? Yeah. Mr. Hurd?
We can't hear you, Mr. Hurd.
I apologize. With 22B being removed from the consent agenda, I vote no exceptions.
Thank you. And 22B has been pulled. So yeah, that's not part of it. Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Ms. J?
No exceptions.
Ms. McCosey?
No exceptions.
Mr. Petrucci?
Exception for 20B.
You said 20B?
Correct.
Dr. Rivera?
No exceptions.
Mr. Scott?
No exceptions.
Ms. Woods?
No exceptions as long as I get supplemental information.
We'll accept that. President Belton Kopman?
Exception 17, I, J, and K. Other than that, no exception.
Okay, thank you. Consent agenda passes. Thank you, board members.
Okay, Mr. Petrucci, please move forward with your request.
Thank you very much. So I do have, I apologize to my fellow board members. I thought this was going to go under the committee and board appointments, but I hope this is a separate resolution. So I will read it one more time and just to let everyone know that, again, I will just repeat my comments. Mr. Speidel is one of our, this comes as a recommendation from CPAC. Mr. Speidel is one of our most dedicated parents when it comes to how he volunteers and advocates for all the children, particularly not just his children, but all the children in the city of Buffalo. He is very engaged. He will continue to be engaged whatever the outcome of the vote may be. So at this time, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Edward Speidel to the Park District Parent Representative on the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, also known as CPAC.
Can we get a second?
Terrence.
Terrence, second.
I'll second.
Any discussion, any conversation?
Mr. Kuzma, if you're still there, do we need to have 6 votes to move a late motion?
Yes.
Yes, you do.
You actually need 6 votes to even consider it, and then 6 votes to approve it.
Thank you for the point of order, Larry.
So I'll assume that since we're discussing it, that we had if you'd prefer to take a vote then now on the actual appointment, we can do that?
Yes,
Is that what
please.
Well, don't we
No,
need
you
6
have-
to consider it?
You have to add it on first, Nate. Isn't that correct?
Even if,
So it's not then on the table. So this is an appointment of Mr. Spidel to CPAC.
right,
You want to take a vote, President Belton Cotman, on whether the board wants to consider this? Want a roll call vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To even bring to the table this appointment of Mr. Spidel at this meeting, how do you vote, Dr. Evans-Brown? Just to be clear, you're not voting on the appointment, you're only voting to consider the appointment.
Oh, yes. No exception.
Mr. Hurd,
Yeah, I thought that's what we were doing, and no exceptions.
It's yes or no?
Yes.
Ms. Jay,
No.
Ms. McCosey,
No.
Mr. Petrucci,
yes,
Dr. Rivera,
No.
Mr. Scott,
No.
Ms. Woods,
Yes.
and President Belton Cotman.
No.
Okay, so there's not enough votes to bring this item forward at this time, so that point of business is now concluded.
Thank you. So if there's nothing else to discuss, I'd like to adjourn this meeting. May I have a motion to do so? Oh, I'm sorry. Before we do that, we need to do our bereavements. Just trying to get out of here before 11 o'clock. Oh, sorry about that. Mr. Petrucci, would you do the honors of acknowledging our dearly departed?
thank you, President Cock. Can we all rise? Bereavements for the August 19th meeting of the Buffalo Board of Education. On March 25th, Emma Franklin, mother-in-law of Ramona Adams Franklin, a business teacher at Leonardo da Vinci High School. On June 22nd, Christine Doty, mother of Kim DeGeorge, a BPS school psychologist on special assignment as a student support coach in the Department of Social and Emotional Wellness. July 4th, William Tard, beloved custodial staff member of Harriet Ross Tubman, school number 31. July 5th, Nancy J. Pahanchek, a retired school clerk, wife of Eugene Pahanchek, a plumber with the Board of Education. July 18th, Fernando El Castro, stepfather of Lucy Rivera, typist, Spanish-speaking, in the Transportation Department, and Carmen Zavala, a retired teacher. July 19th, Flemmy M. Tyson, mother of Doreen Hill, school clerk at Build Community School number 92, and Laverne Blakely, teacher assistant at Olmsted School number 156. July 22nd, Johnny Franklin Sr., father-in-law of Ramona Adams Franklin, a business teacher at Leonardo da Vinci High School. July 23rd, Sharon Jones, mother of Jackie Jones, HR generalist, and Willetta Jones, a teacher aide. July 29th, LaAndre T. Carey, son of Valerie Jones, former BPS speech therapist. August 2nd, Dorothy Ann Wilhite, teacher retired in 2007 after 32 years of service, cousin of retired teacher Willie Robinson and retired administrator Faye Walton. August 3rd, Levinus May, and I apologize in advance, 8-year-old student at school number 45. And August 9th, Charles E. Jemison, retired supervisor of equipment repairs at the service center, uncle of Lynn Giles, bus aid team leader. Can we have a moment of silence, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President Petrucci.
Amen.
Now, with all said, can we conclude this meeting at this point? May I have a motion to conclude?
Right
To
here,
end our
right here.
meeting?
Right here.
Lou, look, everyone, the whole entire board, huh? You guys are funny. Okay, Lou Petrucci, and I think it was Dr. Evans Brown. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
9 o'clock.
Everybody.
9 o'clock tomorrow.
Great job today, guys.